Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi, everyone. Hi. It's so good to see you all. Happy Monday? Is today Monday? Happy Monday. Congratulations to Dilsey for getting first. And also not first. I feel like that's cheating. Is that allowed? I don't think that's allowed. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Carrot. Hi, Tara. Hi, Linky. Hi, Ella. Hi, Apex. Did you sleep? I did sleep. I did sleep. I probably didn't sleep for as long as I should have, but I did sleep. Hi, Yuki. Pow. Take a cup of water that's the same size. Mix with the iced coffee and give me half. Mix with the iced coffee. Are you saying you want extra watery watermelon iced coffee? Oh, okay. You can have half if you want. I don't know why you want water in it. I like milk in my coffee. Hi, Vex. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello, Brat Chat. Man, I feel like that little emote is gonna be such a relic of the past in like 2 years. People are gonna be like, what even is that? What even is this chat emote? And I think that's kind of awesome. Hi, Gonzalez. Good morning. I hope you all slept so well. Replace the water with milk. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Let me put some milk emojis in chat. I love milk. No way, Brat Summer will last forever. Shoot, you're right. How could I be so foolish? um, we need the piss girl emote. What would that entail? Would it just say "Go piss girl," or would it be like the gossip girl? Like, would it be a gossip girl? For me, oh my goodness. Let me tuck you in. Sorry, I'm so sleepy. Not in like an uncomfy way, but just in like a loopy way. I was legit thinking the other day, what will I do if it's ever removed? Yo, does anybody remember? I feel like I talk about this a lot. The little red pogging fish emote, and it was a global emote, and it was animated. It was just like a red fish shaking. It was such a sad day when they took that one away. I quite liked that one. Hi, Blair. Thanks for the milk. Oh, I had a piss girl emote. That's how it started. Did it just say piss girl? Did it say go piss girl or just piss girl? Because I feel like those are completely different vibes, maybe. I'm so sleepy, I'm Ryan. Oh, not the dad jokes. This is messed up. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let me find it. I don't even know what to look up. Twitch hogfish emote. Pinkin said piss girl. Was it the same font as Brat Chat? Okay, looking up Pogfish is really funny, but this is not. None of these are right. Oh, we're cooked. We're so cooked. I stayed up too late watching anime and I'm suffering at work for it. It was worth it. What anime were you watching? Oh my goodness. That sounds kind of nice. I kind of like staying up too late watching shows. There's something kind of nice about it. Twitch fish emote glow. Hi, Buddhist. Thank you for getting not first. Okay, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Are you looking? Oh, and thank you for the like too. Hold on. We're not taking an ad break. Please don't be scared. Okay, do you see this? Oh, my big head's in the way. It was this. Imagine this little fish head if it was like kind of shaking. Hold on, maybe this Reddit link. Oh, I thought it would have it animated. It looks kind of unsettling up close, but it was a good one. It was a nice pog emote for if you needed to pog out as a fish, as you do. Santa catfish emote. Rest in peace, little buddy. Hold on, I don't have Stardew open. I don't even remember what streamer had it. That's kind of tragic. That is kind of tragic. But at least they'll live on in your memories. If not for their stream, then for their funny little emote. I think that's a good thing to be remembered by. Fish is cute. It was so cute. Yo, hero boom. Oh my god, 30 stream streak. Humana, humana. Big number. Big number. That's so nice. Thank you for the hero boom. They call me Felicia Fish. Who would ever call anyone that? Sorry, I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I'm just inquiring parties want to know in what situation you would ever be called Felicia Fish. Is this a little loud? Slurp? You get 5 big booms? Okay, but what does that have to do with Felicia? I'm so lost. It's so awesome. Yo! Thank you so much! I love gay little biddies. Yo! Yeah! This is so awesome. This is so poggers. I'm pogging out right now. Wow, look at this. Look at these other ones I had. I don't know what I was doing on the uwu farm. Wait, you actually did 5. This is so... this is so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Fishwife. What is a fishwife? Is that the plot of Shark Tale? Raise your hand if you ever seen Shark Tale. I feel like I've seen so many memes of it. And I know I had to have seen it as a kid, but I could not tell you what the plot was. I just remember the... Sorry, I'm putting on chapstick. I just remember like the intro scene where he's like scrubbing that whale. It was kind of weird. It was kind of weird. Oh my goodness, a bit hype, real. I'm so hyped right now. Hi, Shrimp. Hello, Shrimpy. How's it going? I feel like I had so many things to say, but now I kind of forgot all of them. Oh, I was on Warudo. I was on Warudo yesterday. Not gonna reveal any secrets, but you know, I might do a stream where I try out Warudo somewhat soon. And there might be a little tail wagging involved. Pretty cool. I did a lot of research. A fishwife is like a very old derogatory term for a hard-headed, feisty woman? Oh. Because back in the day, a fisherman's wife would sell his fish caught, and needed to be stubborn about selling them because they'd go bad quickly. Oh. I'm trying to think of if there would be anything like that today. Like, would Karen... could fishwife have evolved into Karen? Or... I guess that's more if you're argumentative. It sounds like a fishwife isn't arguing. It's just more of like maybe being loud. I'm EPO. Welcome to the EP gang. We're on the EP train around here. What was I doing in this game? Harpy, Karen, Battle Axe. Okay. Dilsey, that last one. That last one seems a bit more harsh than the others. I don't know. I'd much rather be called a fishwife. It's a little silly goofy. They just call her a bitch most likely. Ugh, man, but that seems so mean. That seems so sharp, so harsh. It's so worth it. Yeah, I need to figure out how to make it look a little smoother. I don't know if you guys are all familiar with Warudo, but the program I use right now to get my model to like wiggle and like track my stuff is VC Face. And Warudo is a similar program, but it seems a bit more sensitive. And I don't know. I don't want my little guy to look like she's tweaking. So I just have to watch some more videos and maybe download some more stuff and it'll be cool. I think it'll be cool. EP and PP and GP and creepy? What? What is GP? Oh, hello there, Frosty. So, your first year in Stardew Valley is almost over, huh? If you keep buying seeds from me, you'll be twice as productive next year. And I have some exciting news. Did he come to my house just to advertise? It's awesome. Naruto? No, it's called Warudo. I'll spell it. Warudo. For any aspiring VTubers or people who just like behind the scenes stuff. Good morning, Holly. I hope you slept well. Fishwife and Battle Axe are also meant to be mean. Those guys just suck so badly they accidentally made it cool. I don't know. If somebody called me a battle axe, I'd be like, darn right I am. Like, I don't know. That just sounds awesome. Like, it's like a power move. Like, oh, yeah, I'm really strong and cool and awesome. Naruto certainly is sensitive. GP like beep beepy. Oh man. I don't know what that means. I haven't watched Naruto. Um, he's a cute little guy though. Weirdo sounds Japanese. I think it probably is. I think a lot of YouTubing software has Japanese origins. Been awake a bit. Had first of calculus this morning. Ooh, how did that go? Did you learn any calculus? Susie Deltarune. Wait, that's so real. Battle Axe. I want to play Deltarune again. I feel like I missed some content from from the newer chapters. I want to be in the know, but I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch me play Deltarune for a fifth time? Would that be awesome? I'm sitting in on my best friend's pre-calc class. Oh, I didn't know you could sit in on classes. I've seen that in like movies and stuff, but I never did that when I was at college. I don't know. I'd be kind of nervous that the professor would be like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Hero Home Battle Axe? Wait a minute. That goes crazy. That goes crazy. Hero Home Battle Axe. You're kind of cooking. The next chapter is on the horizon. Oh, wait, that's so right. Does anyone know what, like, month the new chapter is supposed to be? I don't know. I did hear that it was 2026, but I never heard of, like, a timeline. What's the most important scene in chapter 3? Spam Tong cameo. I'm starting chapter 3. Ah! Oh my goodness. Everyone tune in to Hero Hom stream. They're playing Deltarune and it's awesome. It's awesome. You can audit classes to see if you're interested. Otherwise, how will you know if you want to spend money taking it? Oh, I never heard of that. I figure you just sign up for classes that you're interested in, and if it turns out you're not interested, then you then you just I don't know withdraw before a certain date. Like the way my college worked was you have like a week or maybe 2 weeks to drop out of the class without it even going on your like transcript, you know? How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I was quite sleepy. I stayed up a little too late, but I don't know. I'm having some iced coffee and I'm kind of getting to a groove. I'm talking to chat. And I think I'm waking up. I think it's kind of awesome. Also, I don't know how much I can share because it's not my project, but a streamer friend of mine who is very cool. She's doing a project that I will not disclose, but I might be voice acting in said project. She reached out to me and asked if I could voice a character in a thing. And I'm so excited. I don't know anything about like recording like voice acting or anything, but I'm so I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm just so flattered that she reached out. A weight was lifted off Hero's shoulders. No. No. I'm team Wigged Hero. She already disclosed it? Oh, she did? I didn't know. I I didn't know that she disclosed it. Yippee! Yeah. Well, that's exciting. And I guess I won't be too careful talking about it, but it's my dear little sweetie Kiwala-chan. She's I don't I don't really know the full scope of the project, but she's doing a voice acting thing. um for chain she's doing I think she's doing like a voiceover of Chainsaw Man like manga panels, and she asked me to be a character called Kobeni. I don't know. I don't know. It's been a while since I saw Chainsaw Man, but she reached out and she's like, "Yo, I thought you would be such a good voice for this character." And I said, "Yippee!" I'm so excited. Plus VA arc. Oh my goodness. When I was a little bit younger, I was I don't know. I never like actually pursued voice acting, but I was always really interested in the concept of voice acting. Like I would watch videos of like how popular voice actors like got to where they are and what they did. So I'm really excited. Gotta love my goat Wawa. Gifted me Nitro because I couldn't upload a file that was slightly too big. Wawa is such a goat. She's so sweet. Hold on. Fish. Kiwawa. I love I love Kiwawa. You should all follow her. You just gave it away when you said you wouldn't tell anyone? Well, I wasn't gonna tell anyone because I didn't know if it was like a secret or not. But if she's already made an announcement for it, then then I'm really excited and I want to share, you know? Sorry, Pierre's been standing in the snow for for like 8 in-game hours while I'm yapping about my day. I'll be selling new seed varieties in my shop next year. I should have one new variety per season. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Have a good one. And he walked all the way over here to tell me he got 4 new seeds. You know, I wouldn't even bother trying my competitor's seeds. Pierre's seeds are the highest quality seeds you'll find anywhere. That's a promise. Are they really different seed qualities? I don't know. I kind of just imagine seeds are seeds. Like they either grow or they don't. I hate Pierre. That's kind of real. I don't know. I feel like he's not a very good husband. Also, I might be in love with his wife, so I might be biased. Dear Frosty, tomorrow we're all gathering in front of Marnie's house for the Festival of Ice. It's a celebration of winter. There'll be snowmen, ice sculptures, and an ice fishing competition. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to participate. Okay, I cannot forget. I cannot forget. Usually when I play, oh, I did not know you could press tab to do that. Usually when I play Stardew Valley, I feel like I don't even get to winter most of the time. Like I feel like I usually stop around fall and then take a break, and then when I come back to it, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start a new farm. So this is exciting for me. I don't know if I've ever really perceived the ice sculpture. Retail hates the entire capital of South Dakota, it seems. The capital of South Dakota is Pierre. I've never been there. If you've been to Pierre, tell me on a scale of like 1 to 10, how cool is it? He sells your stuff and claims he grew it. Is that real? I thought I thought he was kind of upfront about being like, "Oh, these are provided by the farmer." I like Dimitri's wife. Ooh, a Robin enjoyer. That makes sense. It's been a while since I played Stardew. Okay, that's how you do it. I've I've been playing a game called Sunhaven a bit more recently, which is a kind of similar like farming simulator, but I think it has more like main quest stuff. I think I kind of got used to the like layout of that. I have to like relearn how to do this. Bye. Oh wait, are you leaving? Oh, I'm gonna get going for a bit. Have fun. Goodbye, Holly. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hello, Big Papa. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Okay, why do I keep doing that? Meow. I don't know what. Why did I have all this? Did I just not make it to my chests or what? Oh, I think I was sorting my chests, maybe. Is that real? Guys, I don't know what's happening. I've always hated South Dakota. In parentheses, I've never been. That's the kind of energy I like to see. Where are my little haters at? Okay, so this... Let's start from here. Okay, so this is my farming stuff. And monster loot. Okay. This is stuff that's labeled resources. Don't worry, guys. I'm getting the hang of things. Don't even worry. I have a thing against New York and New Jersey. Both packed, filled with jerks. Oh, really? I don't know. I went to New York City for my birthday last year. And I don't know. It's definitely different. Like, it's very bustling and crowded, but I didn't really get the vibe that anyone was particularly mean or jerky. Just maybe like in a rush all the time. I hate everyone who isn't me. I'm pitting that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dilsey. I ended up saying enough is enough, and I went to the sauna at my gym and just sat in it for 35 minutes. Ooh, I've never been to a sauna. I've been to like hot tubs, which I feel like is a similar concept, but I've never been to an actual sauna. Is it nice? I don't know. I feel like sitting there and being all hot. I don't know. I don't know if I like it that much. Ah, I keep pressing tab to open my inventory, and that's just not how that works. Okay. Preserves jar. Maybe I can put these with my chickens. Oh, I don't even have chickens. What am I doing? Why don't I have any animals? Maybe I was waiting till after winter to get animals so that they could eat the grass or something. I guess for now this can be a preserves room. Have some blackberry preserves. My gym has a sauna and a steam room. Oh, wait, what's the difference? I thought a sauna was just like in Danganronpa 1, where you just like sit with a towel and it's hot and you're sweaty. I can understand not liking New York. My sister got scammed there by a Denny's. Oh. By a Denny's? When I went to New York, my impression was very fun. I got the vibe that everyone hated you and wanted you to die, but it's not like they're trying to kill you themselves, so it's like a hope on the back burner. Really? Maybe I'm just not very observant, but I I didn't really get that vibe. I kind of just got the vibe that, people had places to be and they have to walk everywhere and take public transportation, so maybe they're a little bit, you know, edgy because they have to do all that every day. But I don't know. I can't think of any like instance of somebody being mean or like particularly weird. There was a guy I went to like the subway station and it was like when I was leaving and I think my flight was quite early, like maybe 5 or 6 a.m. And so I was at the subway at like the very, very crack of dawn, and there was somebody like peeing onto the tracks. Like I didn't see his pee pee, but like I knew what he was doing, and I was like, that's weird. Interesting. But other than that, everyone was pretty regular. Blech, my front yard's a mess. It's okay, girl. It's winter. Nobody cares. Thinking every sauna is like Danganronpa 1. The funniest thing I heard today. Is it not? Are you not like just sitting near a towel with your homie and there's like some rocks that are heating stuff up? I don't know. It's Caroline's birthday. Wait, I kind of love her. When I first played this game, I assumed every character was romanceable. I didn't know there were like, specific singles. And I tried really hard to raise her up before I realized like, oh, that's not gonna work. I really like her. I love you, eccentric green hair girl. With your little tea room. Did you see any people dressed in Eastern monk attire and wanted to sell you bead bracelets? But it's a scam. They put them on you randomly and pull out their checkbook. No. No, but when I went to Paris, there were a lot of people who were scammers. Um, I didn't fall for any because my dad, like, I went to Paris with my dad and he, like, warned me ahead of time. Like, oh, if people try to hand you stuff, like, don't accept it because it's a scam. But I remember in Paris, I think there was someone who, like, tried to hand me a rose and then wanted me to pay for it or, like, put a bracelet on me. But, like, none of that happened. They just tried and I said, nah, kept walking. Most true to stereotypes place I've been is Paris. Everyone was dressed nicely and it smelled like cigarettes everywhere. Oh, I don't remember a cigarette smell. It was quite a while ago. I think I went in like 2017. Surely he was pouring out a drink? No. No. He was yikes. I would go to New York to get hit on by lesbians. Sorry, I'm so behind in chat and I feel like I'm like 8 minutes behind to every conversation, but they're all so interesting. You should steal the rose, take the rose, and keep walking. Oh, okay. I went I went to Mexico with my mom and my little sister 2 years ago. And I'm old enough to where like I can kind of recognize like what a scam is, but my sister I guess doesn't. And so I don't know. We were walking on this boardwalk and this lady puts a lizard on my sister's shoulder and says like, "Oh, take a picture." And so my sister is like, "Yay, this is so awesome. This is so cool." And like takes a selfie. And then the lady is like, "All right, that'll be $20." And like I was a few steps ahead of her, so I didn't like see it happen. But like I turn around and like I hear my sister panicking because she doesn't have any money, and we're like, "Oh man, you little goober." and I don't know. I'm not really a confrontational person, so I just gave the lady a $5 bill and I was like, "Man, sis, you cannot you cannot be talking to random people." Sigh. But it was okay. Sounds so much more different than the dating scene in New Zealand, New York. What's the I guess I'm not really super familiar with the dating scenes in different parts of the world or the country. What's different about New York? Stardew. Oh my goodness, hi May. It's so good to see you. I love Stardew. I love Stardew. I was watching you play Animal Crossing for a bit. I was like, man, I want to play a cozy game too. Like, this looks so nice. $20 is too much for that? Yeah, I did not give them a 20. I just gave them a 5 to just kind of like sate them and be like, okay. I'm gonna get going, but I don't want to get yelled at. You know? I don't know. I don't know. Tourist places are so aggressive. I don't know how people like do that all day. Sounds not fun whatsoever. People are so passive here. Oh, so there's no like in the big cities. There's no like tourist traps. There's no like, oh, I'm gonna put a bracelet on you and then pretend like it's stuck and then you have to pay for it. I'm not familiar with the dating scene anywhere. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, thank you for the hydrate carrot. Yum, yum, yum. George has frozen toast. Oh my god, sorry, George. No, he's got a hat on. He's fine. Have you heard that thing where it's like if you're like if your feet are cold, you can put a hat on, and that will like somehow help because you lose. I don't know the percentage, but I want to say you lose like 30% of your body heat through your head or something. So wearing a hat keeps you a lot warmer than anything else. I don't know if that's true, but I read it in like a little trivia book one time. I don't mind putting in effort, but it ends up only being me doing stuff. Oh, that's what you mean by passive. I thought you meant like I thought you meant as far as like scammers go. Hmm. Is that is that like an mm, I don't know. I don't like it is that because you're like going for like women and like women like in general might lean more passive, or is it like specifically in your area? A hat does not protect your toes. Sounds like some pseudoscience. No. No, they say that wearing a hat keeps your toes warm because I mean, I guess not specifically your toes. I guess it keeps any part of your body warm. But they say like if you have cold feet and you put a hat on, that'll help because you lose a lot of your body heat through your head. 75% of statistics are made up on the spot and 45% believe them. Listen, but it was like a National Geographic. I don't remember what it was called, but I love that little fact book. I think it was like an almanac is what it was called. I don't know. It was some it was some like brightly colored like National Geographic like a big compilation of like a lot of facts. And I read it so much. I love that thing. But one of the things was a hat on your head keeps your toes warm. And it explained why. Of course not. No need for dating when you got so many suitors coming directly to your chocolate. Yo. Yo. Okay, everyone, if you were being wooed, what kind of flower would you want your suitors to bring you? I think I would want lilies. I don't know like the meaning of all the flowers, so I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I think I think there's something so special about a big pink lily. Yeah, women in general tend to be more passive. That is true. I don't know. I've heard that a lot of like women lovers and like lesbians kind of um it's a little more difficult for things to get started because in general, like women women aren't the pursuers. But I don't really have experience with that. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that opinion be expressed before. Was it a Ripley's book? No. I think it's kind of like similar to a Ripley's book, but it was, I wonder if I can find it. It was a National Geographic, like, I want to say it was called a almanac, but not like a farmer's almanac. Just like random facts. I don't know. National Geographic almanac. Oh wow, they have them for a lot of years. Hold on, I'll show you. Oh, maybe I won't show you. Where my Google Chrome at? It was one of these. I don't remember which year it was. It was probably. I want to say it had a lion on it. It's probably like a decade old. I guess they're still making them, but yeah, it's just like full of facts. I don't know. I don't know, but that's where I learned that from. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Hi, Waffle. Thank you for the hydrate stretch. Yippee. Oh, where's my game at? Okay, there we go. I love lilies, especially callas. Are those the white ones that look like it would be like a little cup for a fairy? I've never seen any of those like in real life. But my mom used to have like a fake plant of those, like plastic ones. I'd be fine with a picture of a flower. Wait, like a little postcard? Oh, I guess that's kind of nice because it would last longer. Um, yeah, lilies are my favorite. I also really like carnations. And it's like such a W to be a carnation enjoyer because they're always the cheapest ones at the florist. Like I think you can get like one carnation stem for like I don't know, like $2. They're so cheap. And I don't know why they're so cheap because they're so pretty. They're so nice. Well, women are more passive because women. Listen, I don't know. I don't want to like stereotype people, you know. Like listen, I love women. I'm a woman too, but like I can admit I'm a little more passive. You know? Wish I wrote an almanac. You still can. Wait, when's the Dilsey almanac? Can you write one for 2027? That'd be awesome. That'd be so awesome. Imagine the one Fost that is looking for is outdated and they're like, wow, this yo. Surely that would not happen. Listen, I think the hat thing is real. I don't know why you guys are non-believers. I used to make a lot of tulip origami. Yo, I've never seen tulip origami. I guess I haven't seen that much origami in general. I had a math teacher in high school that did good origami, and he made a little bulldog out of a dollar bill and gave it to me. Well, I provided him the dollar bill, and then he like folded it into a bulldog, and I still have it on my shelf. It's so cute. Also, lily of the Nile. That's my favorite flower, but it's too big for a bouquet. And hollyhocks too. Blue ones especially. I've heard of lily of the Nile. I don't know. Let me look up hollyhock. Hollyhock. Oh, interesting. Here, do you want to see too? I feel bad. I don't want you guys to not be in the know. I I think I've seen these before, but I thought these were called foxgloves. What is a foxglove? Oh, I guess foxgloves are more bell shaped. That's so nice. I like flowers that are just like a bunch of flowers on one tall stem. I think I think that's kind of awesome. You also love women. Yippee! Women. Hagen Bonham memorizing? Oh, wait. Let me look that up too. I pride myself on... Oh, this is a spider lily, is it not? That's very pretty. I've never seen one in real life. I quite like that. Flowers I personally take care of are jasmines. It's one of the easiest to make. Man, I didn't even know that. That's so nice. Have you seen a Hikenbana like in person? I only see them in anime. Yippee! Thanks for fact checking. See, I knew I wasn't crazy. Why are all my fairy flowers so big and can't fit in bouquets? I'm really making it hard for all the guys who want to date me, huh? Well, I mean, I don't know. You could just have a big bouquet. You know, I think you're worth it. I think you're worth like a big ginormous bouquet. That's kind of awesome. Also, you could get single stems, right? I don't know. I think lilies are pretty big, and that's a common bouquet flower. Maybe, perhaps. I really want a Pokemon style game with just plants and all their varieties. You can throw mushrooms in there too. Well, wait, what would the gameplay be? Like, are you fighting plants, or is it more of just collecting them? I want someone to give me a bunch of echo flowers. Oh man, you guys are teaching me so many new things today. Oh, this is an Undertale flower. Dilsey, I don't even know what this would be. I like maybe it's close to a pansy? You want like a ghostly blue pansy, perhaps? There's someone over cleaning and my cat is not happy about it. Oh, your poor kitty. Are they under your bed? Or are they expressing their concerns vocally? Is it just Pokemon, but it's just grass types? Yo, I would play that. I love grass types. I think grass types are my favorite. I also quite like bug types. Sorry, poor George. Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. I'm so not skilled at at multitasking. Okay, I gotta figure out what I'm doing. I think I'll go fishing today. I think winter is good for fishing and mining. But I'm in a fishing sort of mood. Going with grass, poison, rock, and ground types. I never really understood why there was ground and rock types. I don't know. In my head, ground is rock. I don't know. Never really understood that one. Can fancy words back to you that you say? I'm sure if you were dedicated enough, you could get that. I like psychic and electric. Yo, what's a psychic electric type? I can't think of any. They're good though. He's on my bed with airplane ears. Ah, I love when cats have airplane ears. It's so cute. Fishwife? Now that's for someone I love. Where are my fishwives at? Oh my goodness. I want to be a fishwife. I don't think I don't know. I'm kind of passive and nonchalant. I don't think I'm much of a fishwife, but you know, that's what I aspire to be. Ground is like mud and farm and stuff. Mud and farm? What? Can you tell me what a farm Pokemon is? That's awesome. Ground and rock types are weird to me too. Yeah, I don't know. I think my favorite starter is Turtwig because he was my first one. And isn't Torterra like grass and ground? But I don't know. I feel like ground could just be replaced with rock and everything would still sort of make sense. Or maybe the other way around. Maybe rock could be lumped in with ground. But either way, I don't know. They seem like the same aesthetic. Ground is not rock. Rock is like caves and stone. I don't know. Caves and mud kind of go together, do they not? Alolan Raichu is the only dual type of psychic of an electric. Oh, I did not know Raichu was psychic. When did when did he get that? Yo. Good for him. That's so lovely. Thank you. Thank you. I love that so much. Mud burrowing Pokemon ground. Rocks a rock. Yeah, but you burrow into a rock, no? I think it's an old-timey derogatory term, but I think it sounds like silly. And I kind of enjoy that. Mudbray, a horse Pokemon. Rock is a sediment. But sediment has mud, no? Ah, hell nah. I'm not learning anything. I'm not gonna pass the quiz. I really should scrub my floorboards today. I think an algae is starting to form. Ew. Sorry about you, buddy. Only a Alolan Raichu. Normal Raichu is monoelectric. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Is Alolan Raichu like on a surfboard? Are surfers psychic? Chai, is this real? Has anybody ever surfed before? Raise your hand if you've ever been surfing. My hand is down. I've never been surfing. Oh my goodness, I love fishing. Call me a fishwife. Classic, welcome in. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say the Japanese names of rock and ground make more sense. Oh, wait, maybe that's real. Dirt is not rock. Mud is wet dirt. Yo, I feel like they're the same materials. It's just a matter of age, no? Also, mud is wet dirt is so funny. Man, I don't know. I feel like they could go together. Like, I understand why ice is separated from water. Like, that makes sense in my head. But, I don't know. Rock and ground is not really clocking to me. Not surfing. I've kayaked though, that was fun. Ooh! Is that the one where you're... Oh, wait, no. I think I'm thinking of paddleboarding. I don't think I've ever been in a kayak. But I've done stand-up paddleboarding before. Oh my goodness, thank you. I took a surfing class in college. Yo! Wait! It was a whole class? That's so nice. Sorry, I'm locked out. I'll be the fishwife of anyone who sends me a picture of a flower. Well, Aware, what's your favorite flower? I feel like your potential suitors deserve to at least know your preference. Where's like Steam type then? And where's Plasma? Man, I guess you got a good point. I think Steam would fall into fire. I think Plasma, I don't know what that is. That can probably be in fire category too. Ground is for Pokemon who represent the Earth. Earthen-based concept are subterranean animals. Rock is for Pokemon who are based on rocks, gemstones, and specific minerals or their properties. Dirt is organic. I don't know. When I think of the Earth, I think of a rock. Is that not real? Is that not real? No, there's rocks in the dirt. Surely. To me, that feels like if they had flying types and then also like wind types. It's like, okay. Like, you can explain the difference and like, I kind of get it, but it feels like an unnecessary extra category. That's just my opinion, though. Are we gonna see Sebastian today, or is he having the sun again? He might like the winter time. I don't think. I don't know if I have anything he likes, but we can. We can go see him. We can go fishing by his house and hope that we run into him. I think. I think he would really enjoy. Since he's a smoker, I feel like he's the type who'd really enjoy smoking in the snow. Very artistic. Plasma would be like a mix of lightning and fire. What is plasma? Is plasma what lightning is made of? I want them to send their favorite flower. Wait, that's so cute. I never considered that, like, maybe as a suitor you should give the person you're pursuing your favorite flower. I always imagined you would give it. Oh my goodness. You'd give them their favorite flower. But there's something cutesy about that. I was gonna call him Seb, but I bet he hates that. I bet princess name. That's awesome. I don't know. I feel like if that's the case, it'd be cute to call him Seb just to annoy him. Oh wait, it's her birthday. Do you want a lucky lunch? Thanks, sweetie. That's very kind of you to remember my birthday. Oh, I love her. You should play Pokemon Too Many Types. Is that a browser game? Mermaids, Merman, Merdays. Excellent plan. I feel like it'd be hard to have a mer person as a wife. Like, how would you ever see them? Plasma is faster molecules than steam? That's just also the evil team name in Gen 5. I have heard of Team Plasma before. But I don't really know what that is. Plasma's ionized gas? Sending you spider. Wait, that's kind of awesome. Mm, I'm a sorry, this is like a stupid question, but like plasma is in your blood as well, right? And that's a separate thing. Like there's not steam in your blood, right? When Iron Mouse says donate plasma, she doesn't mean ionized gas, right? It's about electrons pulling apart or whatever, and plasma wants to separate Pokemon from trainers. And that's what N is the leader of? I get that, but I also love some evil princess name. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I have any strong opinions on the name Sebastian. I don't love it, but I don't dislike it. I think it's a medium good name. Different kind of plasma? It's a different thing, okay. Just making sure. You'd die if you had that kind of plasma in your blood? That sounds like a power move, though. Isn't that, like, sorta awesome? Too Many Types is a ROM hack, I'm pretty sure. And ROM hacks are unofficial games that you download for free. Is that real? And is their king, but his father's a mastermind manipulating him. Oh. We should donate plasma not only to Iron Mouse, but also all the creators of Peaks so they can keep Iron Mouse's costume in their game. Well, I don't know if all the creators of Peak particularly need plasma. But definitely donate plasma if you're able. Mhm. I don't know. I want to donate blood really, really bad, but also I think I would pass out if I did that. That's on my bucket list. One day I'll be brave enough. Sebastian is very edgelord, but that probably. Yeah. Isn't Sebastian also in mm, what's what's the TV show mm, with the like Scooby Doo for adults? Mm, yeah, I don't remember. But I feel like there's another edgelord Sebastian somewhere. They're free. Yippee! Are the peat craters vampires? Do vampires do you think having just plasma as a vampire is like special elite? Hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry. I got lung problems. Last bucket list get extremely lightheaded. Well, it's not because of that. I just, you know, I I feel like it's cool to donate blood. I'm just so incredibly squeamish. Want to donate blood, but I need to get my iron levels up. Multivitamins can help. Yeah, I think there's supplements you can take. Scooby Doo for adults. I gotta know what you mean. Okay, hold on. Let me look up Sebastian and just see if it comes up. Sebastian. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Hmm. um, it's not that. Um, um, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking of. Oh, I was thinking of Supernatural, but there's nobody named Sebastian in Supernatural, so I really don't know. I really don't know where that came from. I swear there's like another edgy Sebastian. I think you're full of beans. Okay, well, that's messed up. How could you say that about me? Speaking of old cartoons, how many of y'all watched Wacky Races? I've never heard of Wacky Races. I'm not really sure what that is. Hey, I heard some weird noises last night. And I woke up this morning to find the quarry bridge completely repaired. It's a miracle of woodworking. Oh, that's kind of awesome. There he is! He's avoiding the sun. Let's go! I think I saw somewhere that was the Scooby Doo Wacky Races thing. What is Wacky Races? Do they have a Scooby Doo crossover? Iron supplements hurt my stomach so bad. I used to be anemic, so I had to take them. I hated it so much. Really? Oh. Were you taking them on an empty stomach? Hmm. Or do they just always do that for you? Never heard of that. I normally go into a cave and start chomping on some raw iron. Yo, that's awesome. They look at his little Gru scarf. Slay. There is someone named Sebastian in Supernatural, but he's not a character. The actor playing Balthazar, his name is Sebastian? Hmm. I don't think I was thinking of that. Maybe I was thinking of Sebastian Stan, but that guy's not even in Supernatural. But Sebastian Stan is kind of like an edgy Sebastian, right? I don't know if his I don't know if him as an actor is edgy, but he plays edgy characters, so that's gotta count for something. I built a snow goon, but Demetrius made me get rid of it. Does anybody know what a snow goon is? That's really interesting. They always do that? Oh, that's so sad. I don't know any foods that are high in iron. Is fish high in iron? Maybe you could just eat a fish. How old are you? Even to watch Supernatural? No Zoomer I know seen that show? I did not watch Supernatural. I was just like on the internet when that fandom was popping off. Like when Super Hulock was a big thing. I was I was in the fandom spaces. Same thing with Homestuck. Like I was not in any of those fandoms, but I was just very aware of them. But I was more on like anime fandom stuff. Trying to think what else. I don't know. I've just been on the internet for a while. Imagine if Bucky Barnes was in Supernatural. Dean would most likely love him to bits. I don't know. I don't know anything about Dean, but his car is kind of awesome. Steak is high, but like cooking. Oh, but steak is easy to cook. You just like put that in a pan and just, season it. Surely you could do it. Y'all should sit down and watch it all. I've heard good things about it. I've heard good things about it. Feel free to harvest as much lumber and stone from this area as you please. I don't know. To me, it's like adult Scooby Doo, right? And that's kind of awesome. Excuse me for 1 second. It's so over for me. My lungs are cooked. I don't know. I haven't sat down and watched a show in a long time. I'm slowly working through Stranger Things. But that's the most recent show I've seen. Before I started watching Stranger Things, I don't know. I'm not much of a TV watcher. I can cook, I just don't wanna. Fair. Fair, valid. What if you make someone else cook you a steak? The Supernatural Impala is an amazing car, but unusable anywhere but the US? Why? Is it just like too hard to get it imported anywhere else? I don't know. I really like old cars that are like flat. Like really ginormous boat cars that are like flat. Bonus points if it's like a convertible. Oh my god, I eat that up. Like, have you guys seen Gravity Falls? I don't know what kind of car Grunkle Stan drives, but that's my dream car. Like a nice deep red like convertible old person flat rectangle car. My favorite. That's probably the steadiest coupe I've ever built. Hope you get a lot of use of it. I'm sorry, I am not giving these characters any attention whatsoever. I'm yapping about Scooby Doo. Yippee! My god. Oh, it was almost perfect. Don't look at that. My family is awful at cooking things. Oh. How are you at cooking, Shrimp? Are you also awful at cooking? I think I'm okay at cooking, but I don't know. I guess it depends on the thing. I'm kind of not super confident at cooking meat. Like when I'm cooking chicken, I feel like I always get scared that I didn't cook it enough and then I cut it in half. And I know you're not supposed to do that, but it makes me anxious. Yippee algae! I had a rich theater classmate in high school who got a supernatural Impala. Yo! Oh, that's such aura. Let's go. In Europe, you can barely get around, especially in cities with narrow streets. Also, parking spots are a lot smaller since cars are smaller. Oh, I see. So you can't have like big boat cars. I think that makes sense, but I love the aesthetic of boat cars so much. Plus, most known language she speaks Japanese. That's kind of real. My goodness. I think after this day is over, I'm gonna get a cough drop. Smirkamaji. I'm good at it, I think. I just follow recipes and it turns out good. Yo! I feel like that's a really good skill to have. Like even if you can't just like cook things off the top of your head, I feel like being able to follow a recipe really good is such an important life skill. There's an improv bit he and someone else did that I think about so often where he was being a fuckboy or whatever, and the other person was like, "Where are the women at?" And he goes, "In the Impala," which is a crazy line. He self-bragged during an improv bit? That's so interesting. Like, yeah, the ladies love my Impala. I don't know, that's... At least he's confident, I guess. Yo! He is smoking in the snow. What's his problem? Oh, I didn't even read what he said earlier. I don't know who he's complaining about. Do you want coffee? Thanks, I like this. Ah, he's happy. Slay. I remember what time you passed out in this game. I feel like it's 1 a.m., but maybe it's midnight. Let's not find out. He went outside! Ugh, so brave of him. Have you guys been outside today? I have not. It is 1 a.m.? Okay. That's good. I think I wanted a silo so I can harvest hay so that when I do get chickens, they're like fine, taken care of. What is this? Why did I buy 9 bouquets? I guess I'm a player. Um, Yippee! Where's my watering can? Okay, it's here. Is it worth upgrading a watering can? I don't really know what that would do. I think it's probably better to just get sprinklers. Um, dried starfish? I don't think I want that. Oh, thanks. Aged albacore roe. Yippee! Maybe I should check my quest log, huh? Clint wants you to give Emily an amethyst. Find the shadowy figure. Bring Pam a pale ale. Reach the bottom of the mines. River jelly. I wish there was like a little notebook in this game where you could be like, this is what I think I was working on. Nautilus shell? I think I'm gonna keep the nautilus shell. I don't know. I don't know why, but it seems kind of nice. Kind of important. Okay. And then tomorrow I'll go mining. So I'll put my fishing pole away. I'll keep my axe and hoe just in case. Got a lot of totems. Guess I'll keep those. I feel like totems are the kind of thing where if you put them away, you kick yourself later for not having them on you. Oh my goodness, recipe. Plum pudding. Little Jack Horner is champing at the bit? I always thought it was chomping at the bit. Champing at the bit for this ooey gooey delight. And who can blame him? The plums are floral and sweet, with just the right amount of tartness to fully activate every last one of your eager taste buds. You'll just have to try it and see for yourself. To be honest, that does not sound very tasty. Okay. Japanese are Australian. Wait, that's so funny. I know. I mean, obviously, not everybody has disclosed their countries, and like, nor do I expect that. But I don't think I've met anyone who is Japanese through streaming. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick ad break to go get a cough drop. You guys, I don't know. Maybe get some water. Maybe stretch your legs. Maybe get a little snack or something. Hold on. I keep closing Google Chrome and then it keeps. I have to keep redoing it. Okay, check this out. Pam, 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 pam. Is this still iPhone? Okay. Yippee! I will be so right back. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, I'm so back. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I'm adjusting. Okay. Yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee! I got a cough drop. It's full berry flavor. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. I had a coworker one time that really enjoyed cherry cough drops, and she would just hand them out like candy. And I love cherries, so I would always accept them. I don't know. Can you have just cough drops whenever? I don't know. I guess there's not any like actual medicine in it. But thinking back, maybe that was kind of weird. Oh, you guys still got 10 seconds of ads. Sorry. Sorry, I was a bit hasty. I guess usually I'm used to my ad breaks being a little longer than 3 minutes. Haha. Okay, are you out of jail? Are you out of jail? I'm gonna assume you're out of jail. Check this out. Big money moves. Anyway, cherry cough drops are the best flavor. But this cool berry business is pretty nice too. I guess all berries are pretty good. I do not like the lemon lime cough drops too much. Like, I'll still eat them, but I don't know. Leaves something to be desired. I think any lemon lime thing kind of leaves something to be desired. Like, I love lemon, but I think the lime kind of takes away from lemon, makes it less sweet. I'm a bit of a lime hater. Oh, I need more row, huh? Shoot. I organized everything, but I don't know where the row is. What is this? Oh, this is forage. I see. Um, maybe I didn't have any row. What things do I need? I need some fruit trees for real. Some fish. A fried egg? Oh my goodness. Oh, I did not mean to do that. A duck feather. Etc. and whatnot. Okay. That's doable. Maybe I keep my roe in the fridge. Is roe the same as caviar? Why did I put clothes in the fridge? That's interesting. That's certainly a choice. I guess I don't have any roe. Guess we'll have to get more at some point. Anyway, let's go mining. I think that would be nice. I opened my window because it was a little toasty in here. It feels so good outside. It's like 50 degrees. It could stand to be a little colder, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh my goodness. Hi, DJ. It's so nice to see you. Happy Monday, twin. DJ, have you played Stardew Valley before? Who do you riz up in this game? After you've truly unplugged from the modern way of life, you'll start to really enjoy the simple things, like the sun, a ripe fruit, or finding a stick with the exact shape you were looking for. Oh. I wonder what shape stick he wants. Likewise, Fuss, and I'm in Tuesday now. You're in Tuesday? Oh, I guess it is 2 p.m. for me. I don't know what time it is for you, but I guess people on the opposite side of the world be on the opposite side of the world. Man, I didn't take my fishing pole. Oh, worst day ever. You can risk people in this game. Yeah, look, I'm missing Haley. She's my girlfriend. But anyone that has a little single tag, you can riz up. It's kind of sad though, cause my true love is Caroline, but she's like low key already married and unrizzable. But I quite like her. I'm sharing. Oh my goodness, she! You're on a 20 stream streak. That's so nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. No, I haven't, but I watched someone briefly play it. It was like you, where I'm not really there for the game and was yapping to the streamer really hard. That's so valid. I love yapping to the streamer. I'm gonna be honest. I watch a lot of streams. You know, obviously, as a Twitch streamer, you watch a lot of streams. And yeah, I think for the most part, I just like hearing people talk. There's only a select few games where I'm like actually invested in the game. Like if someone's streaming Deltarune, like I'm locked into that. Or like sometimes with dating sims, I'll get kind of like invested in. Oh, it's the Festival of Ice. I forgot. Get me out of the mines. Got stuff to do. Darn it. Forgot about my plans. Yeah, I don't know. I love hearing people yap. Meaning you can raise up half the village at the same time or what? I think you can. I've never tried that. Like, Haley has the girlfriend tag, and I'm not really sure what would happen if I gave other people, like, bouquets of flowers. If I would just have a harem, or if they would get mad, or what. Where am I supposed to be? Maybe I'm supposed to be to the west. I don't know why, but recently I've been feeling strongly towards streaming. Like an attraction towards it, but the timing is really unfortunate. Aw. I'm sorry the timing's unfortunate. I don't know. I mean, you don't have to stream for like 4 hours a day. You know, if you really want to stream, you could just stream whenever you can, like on weekends and stuff. And it doesn't matter if you only go live like once every 2 weeks, as long as you're having a good time. Second half of the year, once things calm down, you might see the DJ Shrill broadcast. Pay for self promo fees. Well, as long as there's no call to action, I don't care if people mention that they are streamers. I think that's fine. I will look forward to it. On the 25th, we'll be having the Feast of the Winter Star. It's one of my favorite events. That sounds so cutesy. I like feasts. I like feasts because they usually have bread. I'm a big bread enjoyer. Oh. Wait, tag yourself. Are you more of a mermaid or a swag pair? Is this a snow goon? Oh, ice. A beautiful material to sculpt in, but so impermanent. I'm sorry, but carving ice parapets requires my undivided attention. I'm entering the ice fishing competition today. Why not? Okay. I didn't know there was an ice fishing competition. Don't follow the DJ Cyril with 2 L's. Don't hit the bell. Don't mail Twitch to give me partner day one. This is not a call to action. DJ! What is this loophole? Also, I'm a swag pair. What the hell? That's kind of awesome of you. Mr. Beast Feastables. Mr. Beast Feastables. Is that the little chocolate bars that he made? Where I worked, we, like, had a whole end cap of them when they came out. It was just this whole shelf of, like, medium quality chocolate. Oh, Shrimp, thank you for that, Jade. Since I got a berry cough drop in my mouth, I feel like it's gonna taste wacky as hell. But I guess anything for clear skin. You said you liked feasts? Oh, well, Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I don't know. I tried one of those chocolate bars and they were just okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if anyone has any different opinions if you think they were good or bad. But I think it tasted pretty much exactly the same as a Hershey's bar. How many feats of positive rib have you had? Positive ribs have you had this stream? Mm, well, I gave a MILF a lucky lunch. So that's gotta count for something. I don't think I've interacted with my girlfriend yet. But don't worry, we're getting there. The forest looks beautiful in the winter, doesn't it? How's winter coming along for you, Frosty? This is the MILF. Mr. Beast keeps advertising them as healthy when they're not so. The chocolate bars? How can you advertise a chocolate as healthy? that's some that's some Delulu activities. If it was up to me, I'd probably have a pizza festival at the saloon instead. He looks kind of cute in this little outfit. I really like beanies. I'm a big beanie advocate. Did I ever tell you how George and I first met? He actually pelted me with a snowball in this very festival. He was a gentleman back then. I came over to see if I was okay. That's kind of cute. Humph. Wife dragged me out into the cold for this. Yikes. That's a bit unluckers. Cold? Nah, I never get cold. Okay, Elsa. I was watching this clip of NL, this really big Twitch streamer. I don't know if you know him. No, I do not know him. He literally streams like coin flip, sim, coscodal, daily games and shit. It's just so funny the things he comes up with. I've been catching a lot more LUT streams too, and I'm feeling majorly inspired. Whoa, that's really nice. That sounds like a good time. I love daily games. W is. He's like, they're better than Hershey when they're not. Hmm. Well, that sure is interesting. That sure is interesting. Oh, thank you. Thank you, C, for the Wawa emotes. And thank you, Aware, for licking them. Or are you licking Monsley? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't know what that interaction means. Um, just gonna keep reading. Hey, Frosty, are you gonna enter the ice fishing competition? He's so cutesy. Oh, not me. I don't know how to fish. Oh, he's so cutesy. He's who I usually riz up. I'm a big Sam enjoyer. I love I love lanky little blonde boys who make music. One day I'm running a Discord Jeopardy event on stream and you're invited for sure. Aw, thank you. Hershey's already tastes like ass, so it just shows how low his standards are. Yeah, I'm not a big. Oh, I did not read what this child said. My bad. I will say I'm not much of a chocolate enjoyer. Like, when it comes to sweet treats, I 100% of the time would rather have like something fruity or like not even like in a healthy way, but like Skittles or Starburst, like that kind of candy over like candy bars. Um, but I don't know. I think the older I get, the much more picky I get about chocolate. Well, like I used to eat Hershey's and be like, yeah, this is fine. But nowadays it's like, it's so it's so mid. I don't know. I'm a bit of a chocolate snob. He's a little beanie boy. That's a Liller beanie boy? Liller. Like littler? Don't perceive me? Oh, okay, sorry, not perceiving. She scientifically tastes like vomit? Oh my goodness. I didn't know. I thought that would be more of a hot take because it's so common. I don't know. What, like, a Hershey Kiss once in a blue moon when you're like in a waiting room and they have a bowl of them is like, it's fine. I don't think I'd ever go out of my way to buy Hershey's though. My buddies from the US usually don't like chocolate too much until they taste Swiss or German chocolate. Suddenly they love chocolate. Yeah, that makes sense. I really do like the chocolate from the like international markets. Oh, well, there's this one brand that there was like in the chocolate bar, there was like little ships imprinted on it, like stamped onto the chocolate. I really wish I remember what it was called. That stuff is really tasty. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's like a chocolate bar, but each square has like a little ship on it. And the one I got had like biscuits on the bottom. I wish I remember what it was called. But that was pretty yummy. Hershey Kisses, so they cooked on that one. Is that Are kisses different than the bars? Or does the shape just help? Don't like milk chocolate. I'm pretty sure the one I'm talking about was milk chocolate. Yeah, maybe I do prefer dark. I love Cadbury's, but Hershey's is just butt from a poo poo. Mm. The only Cadbury chocolate I've had were like the eggs. And I think those are filled with something like caramel. And I really, really, really don't like caramel chocolate. You're saying scientists spent months of their lives testing Hershey's bars? I mean, I'm sure they did. Probably, maybe. In Japan, they love to import German chocolate too, like Lindt. They have them a lot more expensive hotels and stores. Ooh, I think Lindt's pretty good, but again, I think that's another one where it's like filled with stuff. I'm just not much of a filled chocolate enjoyer. Hot take, I've never had a single bar of mint chocolate and enjoyed it. I'm addicted to sugar and I couldn't even get through one. Mint chocolate? Like Andes mints? Mm, I haven't had that much mint chocolate. I don't know, I think I like my chocolate pretty plain. Not very creative when it comes to snowmen. Oh, I think her snowman is cute. What do you think of my snow goon? Oh, this is a snow goon. The snow is so cold I can't feel my fingers anymore. Hmm. I like her goon. It looks kind of nice. I like that it has a Greg Heffley strand of hair. I found an article that explains it. May I share it? Of course you can. Sounds good to me. You like Andy's mint? I had a lint mint personally. Oh, I've never heard of a lint mint. I don't know. I like my chocolate plain. And I don't even like chocolate that much. I guess I don't hate it, but it's just not something I would reach for. Like I'm happy to get it as a gift, but I'm never purchasing it. Goon. Yeah. Is this Yushi? Trying to lock in on one of the most stressful levels of my life. And I'm hearing about chocolate. I love it here. I'm so glad you love it here. Oh, lock in, Carrie. You can do it. Let me click on this link. Oh no, my stream key is stolen. Why does American chocolate taste so weird to Europeans? Well, this is like a full article. I'll read this later. What kind of snowman should we make? Wait, what's your answer? A classic one, carrot nose, top hat, scarf. Something funky, icicle antennas, pine cone eyes. Or snowmen are boring. Think outside of the box. I don't think I've ever tried to go super funky with the snowman, but that sounds kind of awesome. I like the idea of antennas. Shuddy's hand's so cold, call it a snow goon. You who said that. Don't say you who said that to your own thing. Yeah. Funky? Let's go funky. I like mint, but I hate mint toothpaste. Oh, what flavor of toothpaste do you like? I actually really do like mint toothpaste. I don't know. It feels more like clean. My sister, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. Shoot, what was the brand called? There's some brand that I think was popular on TikTok, and my sister always falls for capitalism, like goofy little propaganda. What was it called? I want to say it was called like Hello or something. But anyway, it was just these like really wacky flavors of toothpaste, and she bought like 6 of them. So she had like red velvet toothpaste and like mango sorbet toothpaste. What else did she have? I don't I don't remember all of them. And like they tasted good. I just my mouth never felt like clean afterwards. Like I'm sure it worked the same as mint, but something about mint feels really clean. I don't know, it's kind of like when you're cleaning your kitchen and you use that like spray that smells like lemons. Something about the scent of lemon just makes it feel more clean, even though that's like probably not scientifically true. Lemon and mint are clean. I don't make the rules. Oh, you use flavorless toothpaste. I've never seen that except for like babies. Like the baby toothpaste that's like clear so that they can like swallow it safely. I didn't know I didn't know you could get that. I don't know. I'm a mint enjoyer. In the village I grew up in, they would usually serve chocolate instead of sugar packs or dispensers to sweeten your coffee. They do that a lot in Vienna or Austria in general too. What? You got to put chocolate in your coffee? That sounds so nice. Imagine a chocolate flavored toothpaste. I don't know if any of them were chocolate. Unless you're saying that like red velvet is chocolate. But it didn't taste super chocolatey. I don't know. It tasted kind of like just generic cake flavor, which was awesome, but just not exactly what you want for a toothpaste. Or at least not something I want for a toothpaste. Is a licorice flavored toothpaste in Germany fairly expensive too? Do you guys like licorice? I don't think I've ever had like real authentic licorice. I think I probably just had kind of cheap knockoffs, but I did not like those. Not a big licorice flavor. There's that hmm, what's it called? There's a alcohol, like a liquor that's licorice flavor that my friend really likes, and I cannot stand it. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Not good. Not excellent. I eat mint flavored gum a lot. Eat mint puree as a condiment sometimes too. And have a minty toothpaste. Not mint flavored, but like your average fluoride taste. But I can't fuck with mint chocolate or mint ice cream. Probably our biology and conditioning. Yeah, it probably is conditioning, huh? No mint ice cream either? What if it's like not mint chocolate chip? What if it's just mint? Do you still not like it? Hello toothpaste doesn't have fluoride, so it isn't actually cleaning your teeth so well. Oh. Well, there you go. Muted. Am I muted? Am I muted? Am I? She's not muted? Guys, what's happening? Where am I? Are we just pranking DJ? It's the FBI. The capitalism propaganda must go on. Mint is being nerfed and there's nothing we can do about it. What are you talking about? She's not muted? I muted her! Yo! Why would you mute me? Let me yap. So speaking of muted, did I turn off the like music in this game? Oh, I did. I was like, why is this game like low-key so not cozy. Okay. There you go. My apologies. My apologies. I saw a TikTok that was like Flipnote Studio, like that style of animation where it's just like this little guy going, "Oh my goodness, my apologies." And then it cuts to a little mouse and he goes, pile of cheese. And I've been thinking about that for hours. I want to give him a carrot nose. Aw, she looks so cute. Must have hit M by mistake. That's so sad. Feels dank, man. Wait, I like the little piano time. It's cute. That someone showed up at her house and she muted for privacy concerns. It was just making small talk. Oh. I think if I did that, my model probably would not be looking straight on. It'd probably be like that. Bam, bam, bam. There was one time I was streaming and someone genuinely knocked on my door. I think that's the most scared I've ever been streaming. It's like, what? Other than that, I don't know. I don't think people really show up to my house. Emily started helping me without any provocation. Does that mean something? Gulp. Is Dilsey still here? I feel like Dilsey needs to see this. Real I was there? Wait! Yo! You were there. You need a little magnet that says, I was there. Yippee! Speaking of magnets, does anybody know anything about like merchandise? How many followers do you think a streamer should have before they like put merch out? Like realistically, do you think like 1,000 is a good number? I don't know. What? Lizard eyes? Do you like them? I really like reptilian eyes. Like specifically snake eyes. I don't know, I like little slits. I like when my cat Persephone is like staring at the sun and her eyes are like teeny tiny little slits. I'm like, man, you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. I wish my eyes did that. I guess my model's eyes are like that. You can't really see because there's like highlights on them. But my model's eyes are slits. I quite like them. 3 is crazy. Solid 4K? Okay. Okay. That's a few years from now, I would have to imagine. Unless I get my bread up. I don't know, I've seen some people in the 10 to 20k range have their merch flop. Probably a lot more than 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs is not 4K. How many followers is that? I guess it also depends on like how many you pre-order, right? Because I feel like your merch can flop at any size if you like set your expectations too high. Whenever the people ask for it. People asked for it like a while ago. Oh my goodness, first time chat and bits. Thank you. There's no time to explain. Take these, okay? Gotta go before they catch me. Yo, thank you so much, Ruby Raccoon. I'll take good care of them. Aw, and they're little heart bits too. Nom 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 nom. Thank you. You're way too close, pepper spray? Oh my god, sorry. Sorry. Have pre-orders for merch? Yeah, I guess pre-orders is probably the smartest way to do it, so you don't have a bunch of back stock. I don't know. I think that'd be cute. Little whimsical feller. I love little whimsical fellers. I have merch, guys. The big t-shirt bots written on it. Yo! I think... I don't know. I haven't looked into it a lot, but I think clothing is probably not a good idea for your first line of merch, right? Because you have to deal with like all the different sizes. I think just like something like stickers would be a lot more manageable. At least like in the beginning. I don't know. I could not imagine dealing with like everyone's sizes and like having to get different things. I'd rather I'd rather something that everyone gets the same of. Bye. That's so cute. But it's $11. Yo, that's so awesome. Yippee! One sticker for $1. Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow, Queen Mace 24. Sell me size 28 merch boots. Size 28. Are European shoe sizes different? Because to me, size 28 is probably the size of like a house. That's so big. Can we get a Foss pillow? Not a body pillow, but a throw pillow with your face square ratio. Wow. I've seen those before. They're like the saddest little, most compressed pillows ever. Now that would be awesome. Save some costs. Have them ship it straight to my address from China. Don't buy the guys. Wow. They got big feet. EU size 38 is US size 14. Oh, that is still quite big, but not as big as I was thinking. 14. Are you quite tall? If you don't mind me asking, are you a tall fella? I don't know. I think most of my friends' shoe sizes for like men's shoe sizes are like 10 or 11 or like maybe 12 if they're tall. Maybe they like clown shows. Look with their clown shows. That's my size 2 feet twinsies. Oh. Boston Monsley poster? Wait, that would be so cute. Sorry, I was not talking to Pam. My girlfriend, look at how cute she is. She looks like a teddy bear. Average, I'd say around 6'2", I think. 188 centimeters. Oh. Okay. Average is crazy though. Yeah, I feel like 6'2" is not particularly average. I think that's a little bit on the taller size, but maybe it's different in Europe. I think maybe Europeans are a little taller. Hi Nick, it's so good to see you. Nick is like 6'8". That's so true. She's a tall baddie. Awooga. Americans are so short on average though. I felt weird AF in Japan. I was like a head and a half taller than almost everyone there. Oh. I have heard that like in Japan and Korea and China, like the people are in general a little shorter. I never heard that Americans were short. Good to know. Good to know. What are these emotes? Awooga. Yeah, that's my face when I see mixed salsa. I go crazy. German? Oh, maybe Germans are a little taller. I guess winter isn't all bad. Playing in the snow can be fun. She's so cute. He is not that cute. Snowmen are okay, I guess. But mostly I'm looking forward to the spring. Did I talk to everyone? I don't think I did. You know what? I probably should have worn a jacket. A vest enjoyer. I had a puffy vest one time, but I don't know. I don't think I ever wore it. I never know when to wear vests because I don't know. It doesn't seem that practical. You've never seen an awooga before? I've never seen that kind of awooga. That one looks very, like he's pogging out. Feels even weirder in places like Norway or Finland when everyone's a 6'5" giant on average. Is that real? Is that real? There's no way 6'5" is average anywhere. That's crazy. Oh, are you ready for some ice fishing? I'll do my best. That's the spirit. Waffle's trying to catch up with me. Waffle's been winning quite a few gambles lately. You gotta watch out. Only the most peak emotes over there. I don't... Full peak? I'm not familiar with that streamer, to be honest with you. Why do you think North Smith has so much about giants? Those are some tall-ass people. Well, yeah, but that's like myth, right? Surely the giants are not based off real people. Based off of me. I feel bad for all the poor cold animals out there. Oh, she looks so nice with her hair, like, cleared like that. Sorry there's no food. Just wait until the Feast of the Winter Star. You'll be stuffed for days. Extreme temperatures can put your body under a lot of stress, so make sure to bundle up. Is he wearing like a suit? That is not bundling up. Oh, and enjoy the festival. I feel like his little like sprite is so cute, but seeing him on the map, he looks kind of goofy. Please, I need this. Oh, is Stream Melon is being mean to you? Oh, good job. They for sure are an exaggeration, but it didn't just stem from nowhere. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's so awesome. You telling me you never heard of them? Don't you know they're the most popular streamer on the planet? No, I don't really watch popular streamers. I guess I watch some popular VTubers. Like, I like Shy Lily and Iron Mouse and Matara and Porcelain Maid, but I don't know. I mostly watch people who are like averaging 50 or less viewers. Should I get a Christmas tree? I don't know where I'd put it, but it's kind of whimsical. Ch-ch-ch. Ah, dang it. Ch-ch-ch. Ah, dang it. Oh, that was beautiful. I didn't know what the ch were until I saw the oh, dang it. Okay. I get to start now? It's rare that Willy ever loses, though. I guess that might make the art even better. Oh, I didn't know they had second lines of dialogue. Good, because I lied. They're around your size. Anyways, I'm not shilling for her without payment. You don't get any more info? Yeah, I don't really want... I don't know. I guess I don't really care if you guys talk about other streamers, but don't promote other streamers unless they're like my known friends. Like, you can promote McSalsa or like Wawa. But if it's someone I've never heard of, I don't really want that in my chat. Did you see Iron Mouse's new model? I did! It was so cute. I don't know, the art style looks so different. Very good, 10 out of 10. She only watches old people. Low-key, that might be kind of true. I think I gravitate towards streamers who are like a little bit older, because something about that is more cozy for me. Feels dank, man. Crayon time. Oh, I missed it. I can only see them in like the little Fox chat box. I don't know what crayon time does. Or the DJ Surreal soon on a computer screen near you. Yeah, I guess so. But I don't know. Don't push too hard. Or I'll explode. I love it so much. If I had the money, I'd get the same artist for a live 2D. That's so real. That's so real. I think it'd be really nice to have a live 2D. One day. One day. What do you mean old? Well, I mean, obviously old is relative, but I don't know. I don't really know the serious ages, but I think porcelain maid is over the age of 30, maybe. And I kind of get the vibe that Shy Lily is like a little bit older. I don't know. I might be like I might be a little bit off, but I don't know. I think I like listening to people who have a little more life experience for the most part. Obviously there's some younger streamers that are funny. Joel is young. I'm pretty sure Joel has a thing, like a bit where it's like, oh, I'm playing with the 30 plus streamers for today. I think he's over the age of 30. 30 old super confirmed. No, I listen. I like relatively. I don't know. I'm not like trying to be mean or call them like old. I just, you kind of get the vibe when someone just, mm, I don't know. It's just like the way they talk. I don't know. It's more cozy for me. It's like mid-20s. Well, I swear he had like this dad segment. I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think he's like at least 29. Are there any rubber band chewers in chat trying to confirm something? Rubber band chewers? Is that like slang or do you mean that genuinely? I'm not much of a chewer. I'm not much of a chewer. I have some friends that like always chew on their straws. Make salsa and like bottle caps and stuff. And I don't know. I don't think that's my sensory experience of choice. I much rather fidget with my hands. Age check, what's your favorite Monster Energy flavor? I don't drink Monster Energy. I don't like it. I tried the strawberries and cream one once and it was like fine, I guess, but I just don't really like Monster. Whatever the gas station has. Shrimp is like, I don't care, give me any of it. Chewing on a little rubber band? Wouldn't it snap? Is that part of the experience? You like to feel it snap or like the taste? I feel like rubber doesn't taste that nice. Creamy Monster Energy? I don't know. I like creamy. I'm a bit of a cream enjoyer. The highlight of today's festival is the ice fishing competition. We set up this frozen lake and stocked it full of fish. Just let me know when you're ready to compete. Oh man. I just got a text that my carpool friend for judo is sick. I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna explode. Someone Clipper saying she likes it creamy. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. Also, there's a clip command if you don't want to leave. just saying. I'm ready. I'm ready to compete. Wait, Phoenix, what's your favorite Monster Energy flavor? I've never heard that as like a age check before. I'm in my early 90s. All right, everyone. Let's begin this year's ice fishing competition. The more I get into it, the more it may gross you out. The primary sensation for me is the tactical feedback, almost like you're biting into an apple with your canines when you compress a section of the rubber fibers. No, I don't think that's gross. I mean, obviously, I don't love the flavor of rubber, but I think I understand what you mean. Like breaking the surface tension. I do think it would probably be really satisfying if you bit down into a rubber band and it like snapped under your teeth. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not much of a chewer. White Zero Ultra. Because I'm old and the Zoomer flavors make my teeth rust. White Zero Ultra? Why does that sound like an anime, like, power up? Like when Gojo has his blue or whatever, someone else would have White Zero Ultra. V-Peak? I don't know what V-Peak is. Hello, Holly. Contestants, your goal is to okay, we're just catching fish. Bam, 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 bam. Let me in there. How come his rod is like red? I thought we were getting basic ones. I'm back with the muffin. What kind of muffin do you have? What's your favorite kind of muffin? I really like lemon and poppy seed. I think lemon poppy seed muffins go crazy insane. I tend to get Ultra Fantasy Ruby because I like the can, but I'm pretty sure I bought my local gas station's whole stock, so I just get the white ones normally. Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red? Who is on the naming team for Monster Energy? They gotta be a weeb. That's the thing, it doesn't snap. It's just that either the outermost or innermost parts break kind of like surface tension the way you describe it. So the part that doesn't break keeps the rubber band whole for usage? I don't know, that doesn't sound very satisfying if you're just like making it flaccid. Do you go around the circle and like try to buy all of it to make it all like that? Poppy seed muffins are peak. I like seeds. I like seeds a lot. Like if my dish comes with sesame seeds on it, I'm going feral. I don't even think they taste like anything. I just really like seeds. It's a blueberry muffin, the ones I get from college. Ooh, blueberry's good. Blueberry's a really good choice. Like the drink because the can is pretty? No, they're valid for that. They're valid for that. I think the presentation definitely affects the flavor. Like when I'm buying gamer subs, I swear the cans that have the pretty anime girls on it taste like 5 times better than like the basic generic ones. But it makes a really clicky sound. Like an audible pop. It's like a bubble wrap, but really small and elastic and ring-shaped. Oh. Pop. I don't know. I'll have to invest in a rubber band because it's hard for me to imagine that. Sesame oil is amazing for cooking though. Stuff has an amazing odor too. That's true. I do really like sesame oil. It's so nice. I put that in my chicken noodle soup. How's Stardew Valley? It's good. I will say I think this is only my second. How long have I been streaming? Okay, we're 2 hours into stream, and this is my second day. I keep getting Omega yappy distracted. But it's okay, we're having a good time. Now, for the winner of this year's ice fishing competition. Hi, Shan! Thank you for the hydrate and stretch! Aw, man, I didn't even win. Willy with 5 big fresh fish. Sigh. How many did I have? Did I have 4? Was I close? I hope I was close. Yesterday she was streaming being eaten by a mechanic snake for hours. That was not several hours. The mechanical snake segment was probably only like 20 minutes. Maybe 40 minutes. You're not being very generous. They rigged the fishing competition. I think they did. I like your little lighter emote. That's so cute. Well, that's it for this year's Festival of Ice. Thanks for coming, everyone. Now let's release these boarfish. I like the little fish. Little fish animation. Very cutesy. I didn't win the competition, but it was still fun. Time to head home. Okay. Let's put a Christmas tree out. Oh, yeah. It's always rigged? That's what I'm saying. And I think if I really locked in, I probably could have got it, but I don't think I was really that locked in, maybe, perhaps. Nya, 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 nya. Hi, Lurmy. Oh my goodness. How's it going? How's it going? I hope you're well. I hope you're able to get some more sleep. Man, I really gotta label these chests. Oh, a diamond. Slay. Release them. Fish molly, fish molly, fish molly. Oh man, I did not see what the fish molly looks like. You know so many emotes. I think the only one I'm aware of is Glorp. Eating with a lot? Sad I missed so much of y'all's stuff. Maybe soon. But right now I'm watching the best Fox girl on Twitch, so I'm happy. I'm sorry you're dealing with a lot, Holly. That's really rough. Hope it gets better for you. You deserve all the happiness in the whole world. Meow. Nya. Nya, nya, nya. Okay. Am I saving these or something? I guess maybe I'm saving them as gifts. Oh, I put my row in here. That's so handy. I thought I was just missing some. You have to get 7 fish to win. Never mind, I'm cooked. I'm washed. It's over for me. Sigh. I don't even have my fishing pole out. What is this? Recycling machine. Oh, for garbage. Put that down here. Guess it's bedtime. Got so much energy, but don't want to stay up too late. I got a whole 3 hours after I messaged you. New record? Yo, why is there a snail in my bed? That's kind of awesome. Okay. 3 hours? That sounds like a nap, Uri. Maybe you should go to bed for another 3 hours. Hold on. I know I'm getting Discord stuff. Thought I was on streamer mode. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Yummy! Wow, look at all this money. 1,000 big ones. Did Tommy sell your Norks, by the way, or did he just chomp them all up? I don't know. I haven't talked to him since yesterday. It's quite possible that he just chomped them all up. So I guess we'll see. Next time I talk to him. 25 streak. Let's go. Thank you, Shan. You're so sweet. I hope you're doing good. Having a major happy crisis because of something that happened yesterday, but I won't ruin the mood by talking about it. Aww, I'm sorry. Well, whatever you're going through, I hope it gets better for you. Spirits feel neutral today. The day is in your hands. This sounds pretty good. Good enough to go mining, surely. I'm locked in. Oh, wood. Thanks. I need to make signs for real. That's a later problem, though. Okay. Oh. Maple syrup. Do I need that? Oh, wait. I could have used that snail. Is it still in there? Yeah, it is. Okay. I guess. Oh, I already did maple syrup. Okay, I'll just put that in my fridge, I guess. You know, I always stored maple syrup in my fridge. Because my mama always did. But I think one time I said that and people, like, freaked out. They're like, what do you mean you put maple syrup in your fridge? I guess you're not supposed to do that. Yummy. Oops. Yummy. I love seeing little worms. Thank you, that's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Hope the same for you. If you're ever feeling down or upset, you have a lot of people you can turn to for help. Aww, that's so nice. That's so nice of you to say. I appreciate that. Do people not? What, you're not supposed to? No, I don't think so. That's what people told me anyway. Like, it can get thick. Like the sugar crystals. Something about the sugar crystals can, like, thicken up. I heard you're supposed to keep it in the pantry. But I don't know, my mama always kept it in the fridge. And I guess it got thick sometimes, but you just kind of ignore that. I bought Asus phone. Now I constantly get ads for stuff like the hypermotion fridges. Asus? Asus makes phones? I'm pretty sure. I thought they were like laptops. I didn't know they had phones. I also don't know what a hypermotion fridge is. Is that like a fridge with a screen on it? Sounds like a little bowl. I mean, it could be. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know. I don't know. That's just what I heard. I'm just spreading my knowledge. And I do not want to take crab pots into the mines. Surely I can just put them here. Yummy. Okay. Let's go mining. Oh, okay. Let's look at the train and then go mining. Do you guys get to hear trains a lot? Where I used to live, not at my mom's house. I guess I couldn't hear trains at my mom's house. But at my dad's house, sometimes late at night when it was really quiet, you could hear train whistles in the distance. And that would make me so happy. But now I don't hear trains that much anymore. I don't think there's a railroad near me. It's so sad. I love hearing trains. Pretty good. They got displays on the back too. I got the Asus ROG Pro 9. I have never heard of that. Yes? You generally should refrigerate syrup after opening, especially pure maple syrup and homemade syrups to prevent mold and fermentation. Oh. Man. don't know. Somebody, like, was going off on me. They're like, what? Maple syrup cannot go in the refrigerator. But I guess maybe I should have fact-checked them. I think I have a bad habit of, like, people will tell me something and I will just believe them. I'm like, yeah, this person surely knows what they're talking about. Okay, well, I guess maybe do put your maple syrup on the fridge. I guess to be fair, I'm probably not buying real maple syrup. I'm just buying, like, great value maple syrup. Blueberry muffin? You're putting maple syrup on your blueberry muffin? Would that be good? I feel like that'd be sticky. I live near a railroad and it's kind of loud. Ah, I love that. Haven't seen or heard a train since I was like 12. Oh. That's so sad. I really like hearing trains. Makes me so happy. The fridge is that you can tap on the door and it shows what's inside the fridge without opening the door. Oh. Wouldn't it be easier to just have a glass door? Like you can see into? I mean, that is really cool and futuristic sounding, but I feel like glass would probably do the same job for a bit cheaper. I hear boats pretty often though. Used to live literally 40-second walk away from a port. Ooh, I've never lived near like an ocean before. That sounds pretty nice. Stardew Valley Almanac? Yo! It's the fact book I was talking about earlier. Do you think it has facts about animals in it? Imagine maple syrup rock candies? Are are you saying that as like a benefit to putting your syrup in the fridge? So that when the top gets like hard and weird, you just eat it like candy? Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something. You guys like maple syrup? I'm not the biggest syrup enjoyer. But if I am having syrup, I much prefer to have it be like blueberry. Or like raspberry. Over maple. I don't know, I just really like fruit flavored things. It was not an ocean. Hashtag Great Lakes on top. Oh. My bad. My bad. I've never seen the Great Lakes, but they say that those are kind of like the ocean, right? Like you can't see across them. I think that's pretty nifty. Glass doors are a little harder because they generally don't insulate as well. Really? But at like the supermarket, all of those refrigerators are glass doors. Maybe they just cost more. But probably not as much as like a big screen, right? I don't know. I don't know what the cost of each thing would be. Ooh. Crunch. Too sweet for me personally. I'll only use it if what I'm eating is dry and bland AF. I don't know. I'm not like a syrup hater. I just think I prefer other things. You weren't the first to make that mistake, no worries. And yeah, they're huge. That sounds so nice. They're Sweetwater, right? They're not saltwater. Or are they saltwater? I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know if they attach to the ocean or anything. Which one's the greatest? If anyone's been to the Great Lakes, tell me what the best one is. It's cold over there, right? A normal fridge doesn't make the area cold when you have it closed. Oh, I guess that's true. I didn't think about that. That'd be kind of fun. Like if your kitchen was just 10 degrees colder than the rest of your home. I'd kind of eat that up. Like imagine laying on the tile floor in a cold kitchen after a long day. That's gotta be pretty peak. Lake Michigan is one of the biggest lakes on Earth. 285,300 square miles. Mess up in the numbers about half that. It's okay. I think any number above 10,000 is like kind of the same in my head. Like at some point the number is just so big that it doesn't mean anything for me. But it's okay if you mess up. Gotta head back to work. I wish great rest of stream and day, everyone. Ah, you too, Stan. I hope work goes so good and you make so much money and you go home and you feel so good and relaxed and not stressed out. Syrup on this muffin is delicious? Yeah. That's so nice. I'm so happy for you. You just like drizzle it on top? Did it soak in or is it like just sitting on top of it? Oh, there's some bones in these chests. That's nice. What's that in communist units? I could not tell you. I could not tell you. Oh, I thought this was a bomb for real. That's just a geode. Okay. Okay. It's a Costco muffin. I buttered it first too. Ooh. You had me and then you lost me. You lost me at the butter. Opinion of syrup on biscuits. When you say biscuits, do you mean like American biscuits? Like fluffy, like bread? Or do you mean like Biscoff, like hard little biscuits? I have not had syrup on either of those things. Cut it in half and heat it, then butter, then syrup. For blueberry? Butter on a blueberry muffin? That seems kind of uncommon. But I'm also a butter hater, so maybe don't listen to me. Plus 3 defense, plus 4 immunity. Plus 1 defense, plus 6 immunity. Does anybody know what immunity is? Is it like a chance for you to negate damage? 51016.205 kilometers for Lake Serp. Yeah, it's Serp. I like honey more. Ooh. I like honey too. I guess it depends. I like raw honey, like real honey. I'm kind of picky about my honey. I don't like great value honey. It's gotta be like from my uncle's beehive. Yes, American biscuits? I think if it was like blueberry syrup, that would be quite nice. I don't think maple syrup would be that good though. I don't know. But I guess blueberry syrup is kind of just like jelly in a different form. So surely that would be good. I don't know, I really like jelly. Jellies and jams, any sort of fruit preserve. I'm just really incredibly fruit pilled, I think. I'm a fruity little fox. I want to use my bomb, but all these rocks are sort of spread out. Oh, yippee! Jellies and jams. Oh, man. I can't believe you didn't like them. I mean, I guess I can believe it, but... it's so good. It's just like sticky fruit. Who doesn't like sticky fruit? I'll eat the rest of your jam. Ah ha ha. Smirkmoji. X Fruity Fox X. Real. Real, I love fruit. Yippee! Oh, that was a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Crying emoji, two exploding emojis. You're just like me for real. Jelly lovers, rise up. Yay, I made it. Okay, let's get out here. Oh wait, is there only one more? Do you think I can... I have a warp totem to the farm. Maybe I can push all the way to 120. If it's the last one and all. Maybe, perhaps. Maybe, perhaps. I don't have anyone's jellies or jams to eat. Oh, that's when you go get your own. You go yippee, yippee yippee. Ouch. He dropped a whole copper bar. That's awesome. Ouch. Oh, a little dangerous down here, huh? Thank goodness I have 88 blackberries just in my pocket. Squished. It's squished up in there. Yummy. Yummy. What's your guys' favorite jelly slash jam? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know the difference between jelly and jam. I guess jelly is more like smooth, and maybe jam has chunks in it. But in my head, they're kind of the same thing. I don't know. Blueberry? Ooh. Good pick, good pick. I haven't had blueberry in a while. Yummers. Yummers. I also haven't had grape in a while. I think grape is probably the most common, right? It's been a long time since I got grape. I don't think I'm gonna make it to 120. It's already 11:30. Can I make more bombs? Can't. Kinda close to cherry bomb. So my pockets are full as hell. Maybe I'll make it. I don't know. It'll be quite close. Maybe it's worth passing out over low-key. Low-key. I love my grandma's mango jam. Yo, I've never had mango jam before. One time the break room of my work had mango salsa. And that was pretty immaculate. It was like mango pineapple salsa. It was honestly one of the best little snacks I've ever had in my whole life. Mango jam sounds so good. I really like elderberry. Elderberry jam. I'm drawing like normal, and I think the expression of the character. I just think it's giving that emoji combo. Oh, hi, Karasu. Is maybe the mouth too high? Maybe that's why you're thinking it looks like that? If like the mouth and the eyes are lined up, maybe you could scooch the mouth down a little. Oh man, I am gonna pass out for real. I'm so close. I'm so close. Let me have it. Let me have it, please. I'm so close. It's so over. It's so over. It's never been more over. Oh, and I died. Oh well. Ming Salsa, the new VTuber. That's kind of pog. It's just the eyes. I posted it in art. Ooh, I can't wait to look at it. Thank you, thank you. I love looking at art. I love I love looking at art so much. Was your birthday recently? Happy late birthday! I hope it was lovely. Wow, that's a lot of gold to have dropped. Ah, my lucky lunch. It's fine. It's fine. We'll come back for it tomorrow and it will be okay. I'm not gonna sell anything. I'll just sell it tomorrow. Bat wings. Does my cat, like, put things in my bed? Why was there a snail and also bat wings in my bed? So silly. Okay. Let's try that again. Oops. Snow tomorrow. The spirits are somewhat mildly perturbed today. Oh. Yo. Why did I drop that? Come back. Okay. Let's... Are these melons? That's cute. Let's, cook some more gold. Oh, I never use that button. That seems kind of handy, huh? Looks good. Oh, I gotta give an amethyst to Emily. Okay. Will these count for the mushroom thing? Do they all have to be the same rarity? I guess it's worth finding out. Oh, I should also look into building a silo. This farm is low-key in shambles. Oh, it requires 5 pieces. I guess they do have to be the same rarity. Womp womp. Might go for a bit. Someone's causing issues for me. Need a little bit to cool off? Aw. I'm so sorry it's like that. Take all the time you need. And I will see you later. Oh my goodness. I'll be going now. Goodbye. Thank you so much for stopping by. You all are so sweet. Bunch of sweeties. Okay, maybe let's go to the blacksmith to break that. I don't know which boot is better. I kind of like the look of the genie boots better, though. Like, you can't see it on, like, the sprite, but I just like knowing that her toes are curled like that. I think that's awesome. I guess I'll put the other boots in my fridge. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. My goodness, I appreciate you so much. Ow. This is super watered down. You want some watered down iced coffee? Yippee! Yippee, yippee. Okay. Was I doing something with this? I don't think I was. I think I'm gonna sell it. Okay, totem there. Cola there. Okay. I'm gonna get some quests done. And then get our stuff back from the mines. And then try to reach the bottom of the mines. Oh, and also get a silo. Oh, it opens at 9. That's okay, I don't mind waiting. Rusty spoon. A plain old spoon, probably 10 years old. Not very interesting. That's such a weird museum item if it's only 10 years old. Like, I could give you a spoon from my childhood. Yeah. Would you put it in a museum? That's so goofy. Ugh, open up. Open up, I'm bored. Guess I'll fix the hole I made. Should have brought my fishing pole. What is that emote? What am I looking at? Is that like a little dog going like, "Arr"? Oh, my face can't do it. I think my face checking, when it sees my teeth, it thinks I'm smiling. Arr. Arr. Trust that I'm doing it correctly. I promise. Bada. Bling. Bling, bling, bling. Bling, bling, bling. Wait, this is kind of going nicely. Usually there's like some coal or like a rock. This is all minerals. That's lovely. This one gets donated. This one gets donated. And I guess all the rest are duplicates. So I'll sell them. Should I give him one? Do you think he would like it? You can have this fire quartz. This is a fun gift, thanks. Oh my goodness, what is that? I don't know who Forsen is, but awesome. Awesome emotes. Hey, what do you need? A goober. Play. Oh, I didn't mean to sell that. Get that back. Not about that, though. Bow, 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 bow. I don't like putting stuff here. I feel like it gets blocked. But this one's not that interesting. There's still a lot of empty slots, huh? Has anybody actually filled out the whole museum in Stardew Valley? I don't think I've ever even got close. If I go, I just saw you have 69k money. Oh, not anymore. Oh, sorry. I can't stop making money. My bad. My bad, gang. Kind of awesome. Now I'll be back soon. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Okay. Do we have any rewards? I guess not. Hello. It's a flower. Thank you. This looks special. Yeah, pretty special. How many hearts do I have with her? 5? I have so many hearts with Linus. And I'm really slacking in the Sam department. I love Sam. I guess our paths don't cross all that much. Look at this goober. I'm gonna look for bugs, but Mom gets mad when I'm all dirty. It's a tough choice. I don't know if you're gonna find a lot of bugs in the winter, my sweet friend. And these kids really are just walking the library by themselves. They should at least walk together. The village, yo! Listen, I only gave a bouquet to Haley. But, you know, I could give out more bouquets. I can't help it. I'm just so good at Risen. Aunt Marnie won't let me go out after 6 o'clock. It's not fair. Oh yeah, I guess she lives with her auntie. I wonder what happens to her mom. 25 gold starred vegetables? That's probably not gonna happen in winter. I could probably do 80 hardwood though. Okay, I need to find Emily and give her this. So that I can go back to the mines. Where I belong. Oh? my girlfriend's room. I don't know why it's scary in here. Come in. Just make sure to close the door quickly behind you. Oh. Oh. It's like a photography room. Frosty, you're here. Welcome to my brand new dark room. You could use some nice ambient music. What do you think? I've seen better. It looks great. Thanks. She looks so cute in her winter outfit. I can't. I can't. It's so cute. So anyway, what do you want to do? I feel like trying to kiss her is kind of creepy. Like, I guess we are girlfriends, but I don't know. The moment does not quite seem right for that. Maybe let's decorate it. Let's get some music in here. Decorate. Okay. Oh. Maybe she liked it how it was. I just thought maybe she'd be happier. So that's the best thing you can think of doing right now? Here? In this small dark room with me? Oh, maybe I was supposed to kiss her. I just thought that was maybe disrespectful. Interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not cut out for this. I'm gonna give your sister an amethyst now. Hi. Fumbled. Oh my god. I thought if I tried to kiss her, she'd be like, "What are you doing?" Like, I'm doing my thing right now. Why are you kissing me? Like, I thought maybe she wouldn't like that. Cooked. Do you think Sebastian sometimes comes into the dark room just to hang out and be emo? Well, it's like in her house. So, like, if they're friends, I think he would, but I don't know if they're friends like that. That'd be kind of that'd be kind of awkward to just be like, "Yeah, I'm in your house." I'm in your house because the aesthetic is immaculate in here. Jay, hi, Jerry. Oh, I have some iced coffee that has milk in it. I guess I can technically hydrate with milk in a way. Thank you. Um, oh, my favorite stone. You're so sweet. Huh? It's from who? Oh, you got it at Clint's? Well, I don't care where you got it from. It's beautiful. Thank you, Smooch. That's crazy. My girlfriend is literally in the other room. Oh, hell nah. Am I cooked? Am I a bad girlfriend? Haley and I aren't made for such a big house. It's a hassle to keep it clean. Okay, well, how many hearts do I have with her? Oh, we only have 3. It's not cooked. Probably. I'd let him hang out in my dark room if I had one. You know, you seem like the type of person who would maybe have a dark room. Like, I know you haven't said much about photography, but I feel like that suits you. Kind of that awesome aura. Get way out of it. Yeah, maybe if I just flirt with Emily really hard and then give her a bouquet and then I'm dating both the sisters, then it like evens out. What I do for fun? That's a good question. She's like, I'm a mom. I don't have fun anymore. I hate working at Jojo Mart, but how else am I gonna make money in this town? Oh, you want a flower? Thanks, I really like this. He's so cute. He's so cute. I love you, head empty blonde boy. Okay, I gotta go to the mines. Well, I also gotta get hardwood, but that's a tomorrow problem, I think. Oh my goodness. The forest is a wonderful place. Have you been there? You want a blackberry? This is for me. Marvelous. Yippee! He liked it. I'm gonna build a dark room in my house and rent it out to local emos for the low price of doing my eyeliner for the day. Wait, that's so nice. That is a low price. Yo, I'm not a local or an emo, I don't think, but... like... can I take that deal? Actually, maybe not. The last time I tried to do eyeliner on another person, like I can do normal eyeliner, but if it's like winged, I cannot make them even. Like I can make them even on myself, but something about trying to wing someone else's eyeliner, it's just so cooked. Let's talk something non-controversial, like politics or religion. Surely that will spice things up. No. I don't think it will. What's something controversial? I don't like peanut butter. Is that controversial? Wow, this area is scary. I thought it would be more lava. Maybe it's over for me. Okay. Hey, yo, I can't do eyeliner, but I'll do my best. Dretchy, are you emo? Are you emo? Did I know that? Can we get your thoughts on the current political climate? Exploding emoji. I guess. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not gonna talk about politics. Ugh. He's totally one? Oh. I didn't know. I can smell it. I guess I definitely got like alternative vibes. Smell what? That's crazy. That's crazy. Put your foot away. Go take a bath. Go take a bath. Oh. Horse. Yippee. But... guys, I'm not gonna talk about any geopolitical situation. That is definitely too serious of a topic for a silly little fox girl stream. Do you think I'm gonna die? I guess 47 isn't that bad. Can we get a stock market recap? My stocks are doing pretty good. They're doing pretty okay. I couldn't give you a recap though, because I only have stocks in 3 things, and I don't even know what they are. They were just recommended. I literally googled, like, what stocks should I buy? And then I found a document, and I listened to it, and it seemed to work out okay. So that's my recap. Y'all think she gets the reference or not? I would say or not. I don't know what you're referencing. Algorithm fed stock? Yeah, I guess so. I know, I use a website called Fidelity for stocks, and they just have like a whole tab for like research. And I looked up what stock to get. Okay, that's nice. So, W investing, I guess. It's okay, I'm trying to be grunge, so the eyeliner gotta be as messy as possible. Yo, I love messy eyeliner. I like when it's really smudged on the bottom water line. It goes crazy. I'll die eventually. This is so sad. Can we get some S in chat for all of us, I guess? Based on your previous investments? I didn't even know that was a thing. No. No. Rather buy exchange traded funds? Those are a lot safer? Oh, hell nah. I don't know. That all sounds smart, but... what I got's working. Thank you. Clip of some dude saying, can we talk about the political climate in the world right now during some sort of podcast? Was it like a silly podcast? Like, is that the meme? I made it to the bottom, I think. And now I have a skull key. Yay! Other than that, if you want to invest without risk, just buy silver at a pawn store such that they got good rates. You can't lose it and it grows its worth every year. Oh. That sounds like pretty solid advice. The fact that people no longer remember it was Jaden Smith probably means the world is healing. Jaden Smith? Jaden Smith? Uh, like, like Will Smith's child? Is that real or did I make that up? Dogecoin is down a lot. I'm so screwed. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I don't know what to say to that. I'll never be able to afford a ring. Well, surely you can if you just save a little bit of your money from your job every month. Maybe. The Karate Kid? Oh, I never saw the Karate Kid. Is this... Does this even have floors or is this just for funsies? It kinda is, but I think people are clowning on him. Too much for that meme. He's just in his regular teenage, not like other girls' phase. Huh? Oh, he's really brainless. Oh, I don't know much about him. I couldn't tell ya. I'm over here with a bag of silver coins, like some quest giver NPC. I mean, like, financial advice aside, that is kind of awesome. To just have a bunch of coins. I think my dad has, like, coins like that. I think my dad's dad used to collect coins, so he's got some gold coins and such. And I don't know. I don't know how much they're worth or anything, but I think it's just so much aura to have coins. Streaking through! Oh my goodness! Thank you for streaking. Thank you very much. Guess let's go back home. Oh shoot, now that I got through the mines, I don't know what I should be working on. Back to the wells, Lyric. Oh my goodness, enjoy my wells. I think you'd like my wells. I have a whole wall that's like full of Stray Kids posters, and I feel like you'd like to be in there. Bullhead row. Fish eggs aged to salt. Aged in salt to bring out the flavor. Is roe the same as caviar? Or is caviar like got extra ingredients in it? Okay. Okay. Oh, I did not go to see about buying a silo. I'll have to do that. I'll have to do that the next day. Bought that bag of coins, which is around 1.5 kilograms 12 years ago. Till today, I made approximately 27% profit without any risk. Or will increase. If I sold it, it would be around 200 to 300%. Wow, that sure sounds like a lot of a lot of dollars. Don't lift up the poster, Frost. You'll see eye holes that got cut through your posters. Yo! Don't cut my posters. Man. I like those. My cat Scylla will like I have they're thumbtacks to the wall. Like they're not in frames or anything. They're literally just like stuck up there with tacks. And some of them are a little bit lower hanging. And my cat Scylla likes to play with the tacks. And so one of the posters, she low-key accidentally ripped down the middle. And I was quite sad about it. So I've got enough poster damage. I don't need you cutting eye holes. Else I'll be real mad at you. Silver is a lot cheaper than most folks think. A lot more accessible than gold. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know. I've never I've never tried to buy gold or silver. I feel like silver jewelry is kind of expensive though. What was I doing? Okay, wait. These gotta go to the blacksmith. And all this can go away. I stop opening the same thing. Okay. Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling. And now we sleep. It's tax optimized stuff that you don't need to pay taxes on. Tax optimized. I'm gonna be honest, I never would have considered. Like, I know you have to pay taxes for stock that you purchase and make capital gains on. But, I never considered that you'd have to pay taxes on stuff like coins. I bought my little sister the Stray Kids Waxy showed off on stream a while back for Christmas. She went bananas for it. Ah, it's so good, right? Oh my goodness, I love Stray Kids. I love Stray Kids so much. They're so peak. They're so peak. That's why you can't cut holes in the poster. I'll tell your little sister and she'll surely beat you up. Who named that? Who named what? Stray Kids? The band? I don't know. I guess they're just feeling like Stray Kids. There's a clip of shoot, who was it? There's a clip of some celebrity that was like doing a live stream one time, and someone in the chat was like, "Well, how do you feel about Stray Kids?" Like talking about the band, and he was like, "Why are the kids strays? We have to help them." I wish I remember who it was. Flip this letter over for instructions on how to make a super healthy meal. You'll feel energized. See you soon. No way she sent me a salad recipe. I feel like you don't need a recipe for salad. You just kind of feel it in your heart. Put whatever you want in there. Okay. Oops. I miss Clickle in this game. She's calling you bad at cooking? I guess so. Which I guess is kind of real. In Stardew, I don't really cook a lot. I just kind of eat stuff off the floor. But listen, cooking is so low on the totem pole, you know? I gotta get my chickens all suited up first. Recipe. I don't wanna. I wanna put corn and strawberries in my salad, and nobody's gonna stop me. Huh? Huh? What are you saying huh to? I don't think I said anything sus this time. Jelly. We eat stuff off the floor? Yeah. Yeah. You don't? Listen, if the floor gives you a little treat, you know, who are you to say no? Corn and strawberries? Yeah. Maybe not in the same salad, but I do really like a Southwest salad with like little tortilla chips and corn in it. And I do really like a summer salad with like strawberries and balsamic vinegar. Goes crazy. Okay, let's see about building a silo. And then maybe go fishing. I do? Like you eat stuff off the floor as well? Kinda based. Kinda based of you. If I plant mixed seeds in the winter, will they grow? I guess let's find out. Oh, out of season. I'm glad it tells you. It'd be sad if you watered them and waited a day and then they're just shriveled up little weeds. I like these little footprints. I would do that. I like walking off the trail. A scorpion carp to rub on my sore ear. Please bring me one as soon as you can. Sebastian. I feel like Sebastian is not the type of person who would put exclamation points on his requests. Also, that's weird of him. I'll try my best though. Oh, it was his birthday yesterday. That sucks. Didn't get him anything. Hi. Oh, hi. You wanna talk? Thank you. This looks special. Want a blackberry? This is great, thanks. What do you want? Leave me alone. I got the switch up. Man, these people only like to say nice things to me when I give them gifts. They're low-key rude as hell. A train is passing through Stardew Valley. Yippee! Love trains. Wham. Why are people calling you? It's got something to do with the book? Why are people calling me? Oh. Like what? Oh, I thought I thought you meant like ringing me on the phone. That's just my name. That's just my name. I guess I kind of goofed when I made my username. I probably should have had Frost somewhere in my username, but I don't know. I've always been Cinnamon Fox. I didn't want to change that, but Frost is just my name. It's just my name. Hi cuties, how is everyone? Hi Kuko. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Happy Monday. Copper trash can. Yeah, I could totally get that. I just need the ores for it. Frost is always also the name of a German tragedy. Yeah, by Goethe, right? I think I too would sell my soul for infinite knowledge, so it kind of fits. Oh, I did not need to come here. My bad, gang. My head hurts because low liquid intake. Yo, then why are you hydrating me? Go hydrate yourself. Go get some water. Go get some water right now. I'll take a sip though. Yippee! Book's actually worth a read. Yeah, I am familiar with it. I have not read the whole thing, but I am aware of it and have read passages of it. I don't want your head to hurt either. Aw, you're so sweet to me. But make sure you're taking care of yourself too, okay? A clam. Yippee. Scorpion carp. I feel like a scorpion carp is probably not in the ocean, but I guess we'll find out. What? Do not recommend beer pong for health. What the heck? What the heck? We want healthy chatters. I don't have that much money. Would you trade for a box of honeycombs? Trade my soul? My soul for a box of honeycombs? I don't think there's any money involved in this story at all. I think it's infinite knowledge for your soul. So are you saying you want... Are you saying you want infinite knowledge for a box of honeycombs, or you want my soul for a box of honeycombs? I think my answer changes depending on your answer. Oh man, don't recommend alcohol too heavily in my chat. You know, try to keep it somewhat PG-13. Yes, Chew, but I don't have infinite knowledge to offer. Well, how many honeycombs do you have to offer? And I don't know if I do one box, but maybe like 3 boxes would be good. Friday the 12th, Saturday the 13th. 2-day squid fishing bonanza. If you can reach our daily catch targets, you'll win prizes. It's tomorrow. I guess we'll have to fish some squid tomorrow. Monster Energy Pong? Oh. Would that help with your head? I don't know if that would help with your head. Maybe just water pong would be slay. 20,000 pieces of honeycomb cereal? Shoot, how many pieces are in one box? I've never counted how many honeycombs are in a box. New hand cam idea. You buy me a box of honeycombs, and I will count all of it on stream. And then I get to eat all of it afterwards. Thoughts? Cooking? Maybe pasta's cooking. Hear me out. If we touch the floor, if we eat off the floor, we eat feet-flavored food? Ew. That sounds horrible. Also, I'm assuming people are wearing shoes. Right? Surely nobody's walking around Stardew Valley with their tootsies out. Right? I'm not. Okay, well... This is unfortunate. I'm guessing not 20k? Yeah, probably not 20k. You think like a couple hundred? I don't know. I think I like my idea. I think I like my idea where I count honeycombs on stream and then eat them. Doubt? What are you doubting? That people aren't walking around with their feet out? Unless Harold Duff has the dogs out? Oh. I can't really tell. It looks like there's little brown lines that might be shoes. Well, everyone else is definitely wearing shoes. Like, without a doubt. This one I can't really tell. Um... Maybe I will not be eating off the floor anymore. Maybe we, like, give it a quick rinse. Also, calling him Homeless Harold is crazy. Oh, I used the last of my bait. Aw, man. Bow, bow. To be honest, I don't really know what that bait did. The fishing minigame is so easy with this fishing rod. Okay, maybe let's try the lake for a scorpion carp. I think carps are sweetwater. Perhaps. Sigh. Lake or river, though? Granny. Today I'm baking cookies. They're shaped like little winter stars. Ah, that's so cute. I haven't baked sugar cookies in a long time. I haven't used cookie cutters in a long time. What am I going to make for dinner tonight? I guess in theory you could use cookie cutters on other cookie dough besides sugar cookies, right? Why don't people do that? Could you roll out like chocolate chip cookie dough and then cut stars into it? Or would that maybe make it too crunchy on the edges? Somebody should try that and get back to me. Sam makes a lot of noise with that music of his. I hope it doesn't disturb the neighbors. Maybe I'll just get takeout from the saloon. Wow, look at the mom besties having a good time. You're not as boring as most grown-ups. Thanks, kid. Oh yeah, I'm going to the lake to fish. Wait, I never got my stuff back from the mines either. Whoops. Guess we're going up there anyway. I really like the crunch. The snow crunch sound. It's so nice. Have you been by the lake recently? I was on a run late last night, and I noticed that the old bridge was repaired. Thanks. Thanks for telling me. Do I have to put bait in these? I thought they just like spawned stuff. Maybe I need bait. One bug meat gives 5 bait. That's pretty good. Yeah, I can find a bug real quick. After I get my stuff back. Yippee! Want my warp totems back. Thanks. Please and thanks. If you're a bug, what floor would you be? Probably a low one, right? Where are my little bugs at? There's one. that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. What a nice squishy sound. Bait. Okay. Guess we might as well take some copper too. Good to have, probably. I love the snow. I wish it looked like this where I live. There's any... Is that a car? Is that like a little Tyke's car? I don't think there's cars, but you can get a horse. You can get a horse to run around faster. Oh shoot, I did not ask her about a silo. I'll do it tomorrow, I promise. Surely. Oh, berry thing. Yeah, I think the point of this game is to be like a little bit slower so that it's cozy and all that. Be kind of awesome if there was a car. Kind of awesome if they put bullet jumping in this game. Oh. Special melon grows in the winter. It takes 7 days to grow. Amazing. I probably should have got seeds as well. I I don't even know what I'm doing all day in this game. I feel like I'm completing one task at a time. Ahaha. Where I grew up, the snow would sometimes be so much you couldn't open your front door. That sounds so lovely. I've never lived anywhere like that. Where I used to live, it would get snowy in the winter, but not that snowy. How'd you get out of the house through the second floor windows? Yo, that's so awesome. That sounds so nice. Okay. My fishing pole. I think Jelly needs to go to the community center. And then what? I don't know. I hate the heat in summer, so it's pretty neat. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I don't really like summer all that much. I guess I don't hate it, but I can't stand being too hot. Not even a little bit. Where's my fiber go? Hello. Oh, it goes here. Sea jelly? Do I have other jelly? Guess I can go there. Organization simulator. Yippee! Okay. It's going to be clear and sunny all day. Ooh, I guess it's not snowing tomorrow. You guys like my kitchen bed? I don't know where I got this from. I like this bed a lot better. Especially in Europe where barely anyone has ACs. You cook in your house if it's not a good one. Oh, it's hard to imagine not having the AC. Especially if it gets like humid. I don't know. That sounds pretty rough. I've I've never not lived with AC, so I guess I've been spoiled, but I couldn't even imagine it being like upper 90 degrees and not having AC. Okay, I'm gonna take a little ad break and I'm gonna put my cup in the sink and I don't know, maybe stretch, maybe get a snack. I encourage you all to do the same. That's a little loud, huh? Okay, I'll be back. Hi, I'm back. I got a pair. I got a pair. Are there any pears in the baby sensory? I don't think there are. It's kind of messed up that they have an avocado but no pear. Why is the bear talking to me? Did you like it? Did you feel welcomed by Hey Bear? I never see bananas. And I feel like they show blueberries and pineapples. I feel like they show these ones quite a lot. We'll replace the banana with them. Oh, you're not even looking at it. I feel like they show these ones a lot. But replace the banana with a pineapple. They're like their favorites. But I think they should branch out. I think they need a pair. No, animals shouldn't talk. I was frightened. You were frightened. Oh. I'm so sorry. Do you have a different baby sensory that you like better? Man, this pair goes crazy. Okay. Man, if I ever do switch to Boruto, you're gonna I'm not gonna be able to sneakily eat my pear anymore. You're gonna see my hands. You're gonna see my hands like chomping on an invisible thing. Squid Fest has begun. Just like Splatoon. You guys ever play Splatoon? I never did. But I like the Squidling character in Smash. Meow. Okay, let's chop some wood and see about getting a silo. Donate this to the community center. Frosty, I'm researching the forgotten art of shadow divination. I acquire an item known as Void Essence. Bring it to me and you will be rewarded. That's such pretty stationery. I really wanted to, but I was not gonna pay for the game and Nintendo Online. Do you have to pay for Nintendo Online to play it? I assumed it would like come with it. Because otherwise wouldn't the game be unplayable? Sorry, I'm tearing through a pair right now. This is so awesome. If you want to do anything outside the lobby, yeah? Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea. Who would have thought? Okay. We'll give that to the wizard. Let's cut down some trees. Deforestation station. I guess it's not really deforestation if it's just stumps. Same with Mario Maker 2. Had to learn the hard way. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't think I've ever really played online games like that. I had the Nintendo Online subscription. I had like a family plan with some friends, so that it was pretty cheap for a year, so that I could visit people's Animal Crossing islands. But other than that, I never really did online stuff. Like I played Mario Kart, but I just played that with like friends when they came over. I never did the online stuffs. The sound design in this game is so nice. Good music and good crunchy snow. Barb took. Octopus pumpkin soup. Roasted hazelnuts. Never seen that before. I'll take this rare crow. He looks very polite. Wait, speaking of sound design, goes crazy. Yippee! I need 50 pieces of hardwood. I didn't know that's doable if each stump only drops like 2. Yippee, yippee! Oh, more seeds. This is so nice. That was another thing I needed to do was get seeds, but I forgot about it. So I'm glad they just presented themselves. Mahogany seed? Yummy! Did I give that guy a starfruit? I don't remember. Old Master Cannoli, still searching for the sweetest taste. Oh. Never gave him a starfruit. That's okay. Surely I will remember by next summer. Sweat emoji. A bird just flew by my window. Like a scary shadow. Scary shadow went over my screen. How do I get out of here? Oh. Never mind. I forgot I put half a skeleton here. Gotta find the other half. Hello. Ah, you brought it. You've earned my gratitude and a 1,000 gold reward. Now go. 1,000 gold is kind of a lot for one little thing. Yippee! I am not gonna be able to get this. Sebastian's ear is cooked, I'm afraid. Oh, it's 80. I thought it was 50. Okay. Well, I think I mined all the hardwood that's available. I didn't even get half of it. I have to really lock in. I'm gonna use this. I don't feel like walking. Oh! Squidfest looks really cute. Squid Chef. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just here for the bulk squid prices. This poster is so cute. Welcome to Squidfest. What can I do for you? It's a squid fishing challenge. If you can hit our daily catch targets, you'll win prizes. Check the sign to the left. We also put a special bait in the water so the squid are active all day. I gotta catch 8 squid. I'm not too worried about winning the competition. I just want to enjoy the ambiance. Squid usually only show up at night, but they threw some special bait in the water that's making them active all day. Pam's here. The cold air makes me feel tough, like a piece of jerky. It's kind of nice. I hope this is a squid. I hope they're not especially wiggly. Oh, it's not a squid. I have to brush my hair daily, or else it'll clump into messy knots. Man, you told me that before. After a while, you get a feel for the squid's behavior. You can tell when one's on the line before you even see it. Wow, a true fisherman. Oh, maybe this is a squid. This one's a bit more feisty. Tuna? Man, he's not even in his shop. I can't even sell stuff. I think my pockets are gonna get full. Maybe I should have came here earlier. If it's this hard to catch squid. Maybe if I go in the other dock. Maybe it's like further out. My goodness. That's gotta be a squid, right? It's so wiggly and feisty. Yippee! Okay. We got 1 out of 8. Let's go, fellas. Soggy iced coffee? Yeah. It was pretty soggy. It's all gone now. You missed it, Azu. But, like, I put too much ice in it and the ice melted. You know what I'm saying? How are you, Azu? Happy Monday. Or Tuesday. Whatever day. Sorry, I'm low-key eating a pear. Don't tell anyone. I don't have the chops to catch squid, but that's fine. I'll just cheer you on from here, kid. That's nice of her. Well, squid are a bit different than trout, but I can catch them all the same. This guy looks like a kangaroo with a hat on. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Happy Tuesday. Yippee! Got any big plans? I saw you on Rot Mug earlier. Milk ice cubes? Yo, that's so smart. I never thought about that. Does milk freeze like ice? Would that be good? It looks like she has a PS5 controller. Come here, Squiddy Squiddy. Does she? I gotta look. Okay, well, maybe you have a good point. What's wrong with that, huh? What's wrong with that, huh? God forbid a woman have hobbies. I have finals in a few hours. Oh. Good luck. Good luck on your finals. I know you'll do great. You should stream it. You should stream doing your finals. Wait, she had the same thought as me. I think that'd be awesome. And you could ask chat for help. My wife sent me off with a thermos of hot coffee. What a gal. Wait, that's so sweet. I love people who love their wives. It's not online, sadly. Oh, stream it anyway, like a vlog. They put a GoPro on your head. Mods, ban this person temporarily. Unfortunately, I think Azu's the only mod who's not lurking at the moment. GoPro box. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I think I think that'd be really good content. It would really make your viewers feel like they're connecting with you. You know? I don't know how you'd read chat or anything. I guess you'd have to just kind of ignore chat, but like you'd know that the chat is there in spirit. Man, I'm cooking. I should write this down. The professor wouldn't notice. Yeah, surely not. Oh, my pockets are full. Okay, I can put that there. I guess I don't need sap. That can go in the garbage. I don't know what to do about my full pockets, though. I guess I can eat this. Mods, ban this guy permanently for 20 seconds. Can you even, like, timeout or ban? Oh, the sonar, I think, tells you if it's a squid or not. What? 1-bit SFX playing the whole exam? Vanish? Tried. I don't think I even turned the vanish command off. I don't know why that didn't work. Maybe you can't do it if you're a mod. Have the professor join chat and keep an eye on you? Yo, wait, that's so smart. I think that would work. Mods can't vanish. Ad realm, ad realm. Oh. Ole. Ole. To the ad realm. Be gone. Be gone. She doesn't even give us time off. What do you mean? Like for the holidays, you didn't get time off? Or what? You guys, you totally got this one wrong. Man. I want to watch a final stream. Oh, I mean, like, we can't even vanish? Oh, I thought you were talking about your professor. Yeah, no time off for you. You have to work for me forever for free. How you been? I've been pretty good. I think my mood's gone up 10% since I've been eating this pear. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh my goodness. Wait, I want to make a prediction. I think Azu will get an 83% on his final. Can I get a prize if I get that right? That's good to hear. Also, real pears are yummy. I really like pears. They're quite nice. They're really easy to eat too. I don't know. Big pear fan. 100% incoming. Don't even need to study. Azu, when is the last time you actually studied? I feel like you used to do study streams sometimes, but I have not seen you do that in a while. And I feel like when you're not streaming, you're not studying. So are you just kind of raw dogging it? I just built it early. Oh man, I hope you are. I hope you do get a 100%, but I'm gonna keep my prediction at 83. I think 83 is pretty good. Tubbies. Sorry, there's 55 seconds left of the ad. I don't want to keep playing the game and have people miss out. So I'm just gonna stare at you awkwardly. for 50 seconds. Ban. Nah, it's fine. He's built different. Is it a psychology final? Or is it something else? Check this out. I like zooming in. I don't like how it crops off like my ears. But that's fine. Eye reveal. Can you tell me that my scroll wheel is kind of messed up? Sometimes I'll scroll in and it like scrolls out. Does anyone know how to fix that? Glarehead! Yo! Never mind, you are getting banned. Social psych. It's an easy one, that's why I'm not studying. Send a Minecraft model. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I think you gotta go. I think you should go study. Buy new mouse? Oh my god. Thank you. Hi, Icy. But I like this mouse. It's pink. I got a Razer Viper. I think is what it's called. I don't know. I'll get a new mouse eventually, but I was just wondering if there's a way to fix the scroll wheel without doing that. Sorry. Good, you better be. I just started a new Stardew playthrough, and here I am, like a starving orphan in the window of a candy shop looking at 74,140 gold. Hi, Crixo. No, you'll surely get double this gold in no time. Surely. I'm cheering for you. Like, Crixo, who do you romance in this game? Who's your partner of choice? Bonk her head enough, it'll become a Minecraft head. Okay, that's kind of messed up. What if it backfires? What if instead of my head becoming, like, flattened out, what if I get, like, a cartoon bump on it? Then what? Then it's so over. Oops, I did not mean to do that. I don't know what to do. I guess I don't need slime or stone. Maybe I can go home and come back and there'll still be enough time. Oh, I see. Why would you redeem that? Sigh. I like when people forget that redeem exists. Pika-pee! There you go. Modded or unmodded? I would say unmodded. I've never played modded Stardew. If I did play modded, I would definitely raise up Caroline. She's so lovely. Becomes a Roblox head win-win. Bro, go study. Wait, tell me a social psych fact. Tell me a manipulation technique. Keep going until the bump flattens out. Yo. Is that how it works? Wait, here, have a flower. Oh. She can't have a flower. She said, I'm tired of your flowers. Get out of here. My favorite team. Sigh. Sigh. Well, I see. You inspired me a little bit. I was messing around with Warudo. And I found out how to make tail wag redeems. So, possible tail wag incoming. I just gotta mess with him more. Oh my goodness, the walk to my house is such a long one. Yippee! I need tail wag, you do. You so do. That would be so cute. I don't think I need a mahogany seed. Okay. Okay, everything else is looking swag. You can go right here. Yippee! Keep my squid and my bait. That stuff I'll put away later. Okay. Abigail is cute if childish, but gets better once romance. Elliot, however, be still my heart. A romantic poet, gimme, gimme. That's such a good choice. That's such a good choice. I do really like Elliot, but I don't know. Something about him seems like maybe slightly not genuine. Like I feel like he's being a little bit pompous in a way. I do still like him a bit. My favorite is Sam. I love a little goober. Social psychology. People often in groups like to be deliberately annoying. What? And unrealistic in setting goals to ensure that solidarity exists. And it's called groupthink. It's a type of conformity similar to peer pressure but not quite the same. Deliberately annoying and unrealistic. What does that even mean? I don't know. That makes me think of like a group of teenagers being like a little bit obnoxious on purpose. Like, is that what you mean? No judgment wasn't Shane. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I heard that Shane gets better if you romance him, but he's not really my type at all. Sam, I'll take it. I'm very happy for you and your new union. W married? Oh, wait, I would love to marry Sam, but I'm actually... Chat recommended that I go for Haley. So my girlfriend is Haley this time. I will say I did not really like her at first. I thought she was a little bit mean, but she has got better with time. She's becoming quite a sweetheart. I don't know. I don't know what happens if you try to romance multiple people, but I'm really considering it. No, the annoying is me personally being annoyed at the phenomenon. What? Okay, what does that mean? Like to be deliberately annoying and unrealistic in setting goals to ensure that solidarity exists. Setting goals? I never played this game and I barely played Sunhaven. Oh, I've been playing a bit of Sunhaven. Who do you like in Sunhaven? I see. I like, what's his name? I like June, the guy who, like, reads to children. And I like, Shang, I think is his name. I don't know. He's, like, shirtless. And he's got animal ears. And I think that's awesome. It's the phenomenon where they prioritize group harmony over actual realism of goals and discourages individuality. That makes sense to me, but I'm trying to think of like times where I've been in a group and we're setting goals together. I think usually when I'm in a group, we're just vibing. We're not like trying to accomplish anything specific. The discourages individuality makes sense though. Like you want to be part of a group more than you want to be yourself. I think the cat girl or the witch. I haven't played that game in like 8 months though. Aw, the cat girl suits you. Oh, that's so cute. I love cat girls. It happens each time on our groups in college. We're studying it and we're not learning anything from it. What? I'm afraid I don't really understand what you mean. Like your college's clubs? They're like, oh, we're gonna... I don't know. I don't even know. Can you give me an example of like a goal that a group would have? Like, oh, we're gonna have the most successful bake sale ever. We're gonna sell 200 brownies. Like that kind of thing? Sounds kind of awesome. Any ghouls in chat? Ghouls. What is a ghoul? Is a ghoul the same as a ghost? Or is it more of like a undead? Raise your hand if you're a ghoul. Sorry, this person. I just been standing behind this person for hours. You're a local, huh? Hope you don't mind if I pinch a few of your fine squid. Yo, look at this guy. He looks kind of awesome. My fingers are frozen solid, so I'm just going to enjoy a hot cup of cider over here. Good luck out there. Oh, that's sweet. We're the famous fishing sisters. We've been fishing squid since we were kids. Nah, nah, nah. That's so cute. Brr, it's cold. Maybe I'm not cut out for winter ocean fishing. Man, it sucks to be you, I guess. I'm chilling. Zombie? A ghoul is a zombie? Is that real? I'm trying to remember Tokyo Ghoul, like, what those things were. I guess they were kind of zombies in a way. Finish a project with blah blah idea. Blah blah idea? Blah blah idea? That's kind of me. I have so many goals for so many projects. I do not be finishing them. Oh my god, speaking of projects and goals and finishing things, it's the last day of my my Twitch Sexy Man tournament. So, please click this suspicious link and and vote in this thing that I worked really hard on if you want. If you want, I think that would be so cool. No, like we're deciding what to make a research study about. People keep giving unrealistic studies that would be really difficult to do, like going to find families of people who are admitted to mental institutions. But because of the group's desire for harmony, nobody says that it might be difficult. Oh, and it keeps happening, and we get a study we barely finish on time. Shit. Oh my god. Don't say you're not throwing shade after throwing a bunch of shade. That makes sense, though. Okay, I did not get it, but now I get it. It's like everyone's just being kind of passive and going with the flow so that they feel like part of the group. No, Atsu, that's how you gotta step up. You gotta be like, this idea sucks. The 60-man tourney's still going. Is Ingo winning? I got some bad news for you. But yeah, the tournament had a ginormous break because I got kind of... Well, I forgot about it for a bit. And then so much time passed that I was like embarrassed. I was like, shoot, it's been like months. I don't wanna bring it back and be a goober. But then Aware and Darren and some other people were like, no, you gotta bring it back. You gotta finish it. So we're finally finishing it. And I think it's going pretty well. Ingo is winning in my heart. Wow. He's not winning in my heart, but, you know, I guess it's good to have different opinions. Ingo, no. Listen, chat voted. Chat voted. I didn't even vote in it because I didn't want to sway the votes. I guess you should have lobbied harder for your little goat. Nagito's in it though. That's pretty nice, right? You like Nagito, right? A squid. I don't think I can catch 8 squids by the time I have to go to bed. I only got 2. It's so over. It's so over for me. Did Teru make it? I don't think Teru was even up for consideration. And if he was, I think I would explode him immediately. Man, aren't you supposed to be studying? Put those wheezy emotes away. Interesting. So the sonar bar upper tells you what fish is on the line before it's caught, but it's not like you can back out of it after you're fishing, right? I don't really understand the point of that. I'm studying the sexy maternity lore. Wow. Did you click on the link? Did you click on the suspicious link? Oh my god, a squid. Give me that. It'll help for social psychology, surely. I guess if you, like, really made a logical stretch, you could find some psychology information based off of what people vote for. I'm on mobile? Okay. We got a fake mod over here. Not even participating. Sigh. Sigh. Oh. Oh, my bobber. Oh wait, no, it's right there. I just had to catch up on this, but Jesse Pinkman is in the running for sexy man? Not ugly, but sexy? Okay, listen, the way I did it was a long time ago. Like a long time ago. I want to say it was May of 2025. um, we watched the Tumblr Sexy Man competition, the animated one, on my stream, and I reacted to it, and it was so much fun. And I said, "Huh, wow, it'd be cool if like we did that with my community." And so I had people nominate. There's like 100 nominations for like who who my chat thought would be good sexy man candidates. And then they narrowed it down, and Jesse Pinkman made it through. Which is a little bit awesome. I'm back. My phone decided I didn't need internet. When it came back, Twitch decided I wasn't for a while. Oh, you got silenced. Oh my god, I'm about to get silenced. Take me home. Take me home. Ingo wasn't even allowed in. No! Ugh. Fell asleep in the snow. It's so over for me. Listen. Listen, Ingo, no comments at this time. But yeah, he was not allowed in. Is this based purely on appearance, or is personality a factor? I think personality is a factor. I don't know. It was kind of just up to chat's interpretation of what they considered to be a good sexy man. And it didn't even necessarily have to be a man. It was just, you know, open-ended question. I think it's kind of crazy. Some of the people who made it through, and like some of the people who didn't make it through. But you know, it's like a social experiment, I guess. Can't always predict what's gonna happen. My goat, the injustice, man. Don't say the injustice. Your opinion counts as like -1, I think. Like whoever you vote for, they're getting minus points. Colonel Sanders. Wait, Phoenix, have you played the I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger licking good dating sim? That one's kind of good. If you haven't played it, it's free on Steam, and I would recommend playing it. And then you'll understand. The social experiment should send out rules. Nuh-uh! That's not true! Don't say that. Don't say that. You're supposed to make me look good. Your opinion is like -point. Something went wrong. Is there something wrong with my clip command? Oh no, it's still clipped. Like if you click on the link, it still worked. I don't know why it said something went wrong. It's probably because it was slander about me. The what now? Uh, um, do you have Steam? Do you have Steam? I think if you just look up Colonel Sanders, it should be like the first option. It's actually low-key a well-made game. Like, it's not slop. There's like multiple endings, and Colonel Sanders is pretty dreamy in it. And, you know, I streamed it, and it was pretty awesome. Twitch hates me. Club emoji. Why is there a club emoji? I'm sorry Twitch hates you. I'm sorry Twitch hates you. Maybe, yeah, I got no suggestions. Oh. Maybe if you say RR on your stream for free, then it'll fix everything. There's way too many dating sims out there for sure. I never played any, honestly. Oh, that's fair. I haven't played that many, but I like them when they're well made. I feel like I played a lot of like really low effort ones, but there's some good ones out there. Any Mystic Messenger players in chat? That was quite a good one. I really liked that one. What else did I really like? The Colonel Sanders one is like funny in a meme, but it does kind of go hard, honestly. There's one called Obey Me. That one's like a little less good. Like it's fine. It feels less like a dating sim though. It's like a rhythm game, but it's also a visual novel. That one's just okay. I never played Love in Deep Space because my phone doesn't have enough storage on it, but that one looks like it goes hard. The club emote goes hard. What emotion is that supposed to be conveying? Colonel is pretty dreamy. Yeah, right. Now we know how you feel about fried chicken guy. Listen, they made him kind of a silver fox. I don't know what to tell ya. For free? I'll do it while I'm muted. Oh, it only works if I'm there to hear it, actually. It's free, Aura! Put that away! Why? Man, I have an iPhone, so my like mobile keyboard doesn't have the club emoji, unfortunately. I miss it. I miss it when I had a Samsung and my keyboard had that. I just zoomed in on your crossed out list. Mads Mikkelsen? TV Hannibal was voted out. What sort of community are you fostering here? You know what? Doesn't matter. They don't want him. Good more for me. Listen, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. Yo, thank you so much for the fine boom hero. I love emphasis. She's fostering a community that hates Inko. Man, you're gonna bait me into watching it again. It was just such a load of baloney that Ingo got so far. Like, I'm sure he has a great personality, but there's no way he wins that hard. Asus phones, best phones? Phoenix, I've never even heard of Asus phones. Like, you're the first person that I've ever seen talk about them. Nearly lunchtime. What are you having for lunch? I know I voted for him. Let me look at the data. Let's pull up the data. I can tell you how close he was. You wanna look? You wanna look? Sorry, we'll get back to the game shortly. So this is the list of everyone who is nominated. The red ones were like disqualified. And then hold on. Wait, this is not hold on. It took a lot of work to get everyone's votes sorted. Hold on. Percentages. This isn't right. Hold on. I swear I had a nice sheet that said... Oh, okay, hold on. What is his name? Hannibal? Is it Hannibal Lecter? Okay, he won that part. Maybe he wasn't even here. 1 second. 1 second. Is this round 1? Hannibal. Oh. It was 57 to 42. It was a 2-vote difference. So it was pretty close. It was pretty close. Colonel Sanders destroyed Dr. David Livesey. A lot of them weren't super close, but that one was a bit closer. Heading to lunch now will update. Yippee! I love lunch updates. Oh, this is not the right scene. That's my hand cam scene. Oh, that's chatting. Uh, um, uh, um, uh. Okay. Yippee! You're lucky I found you last night. You were unconscious and someone was searching your pockets. No idea how much money they took. They ran away as soon as I approached. Be more careful. No, I don't know how much money they took either, but surely it wasn't that much. Who's Ingo? He's simply the Ingo. I love the part where you said it's Ingo ing time, then Ingo's all over. Okay. I think I'm unmodding Azumazu underscore. What is that? Why would you say that? Sigh. After I click Google search, they got a good look. They're kind of cute, but in the original source material that inspired the thing that I'm doing, Ingo beat Nagito, and like Nagito clears like everyone. I don't know. I think that was the biggest Sona beads I've ever seen. Drink right now? Oh my goodness. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm sapphic as hell and I like Mads. Is Mads Hannibal Lecter? Is that like the actor? To be honest, I don't think I know who Mads is. Really? Nobody in chat knew who Ingo was? That's what I'm saying. Like this nobody. There's no way this goofy little nobody swept Nagito. I mean, come on, really? What are we doing here? Can I sell these squids? I think I can. The dark horse? Man. Nuh-uh. It's not a dark horse, it's just like a lame-o. I don't know what to tell you. Oh wait, this increases fishing? Okay, I guess I'll keep this. Sigh. Except me? That's true. Dilsey knows. Dilsey knows her Pokemon. But still! Should not have cleared Nagito. Like in any reality. Learning shit is exhausting. I'm sorry I'm just about to go plop down on my bed. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You could always take a break and come back later. Nobody would be mad at you for doing that. Ingo is not a nobody. Well, I don't know who it is. And my chat didn't really know who he is. I'm just saying, like, Nagito's aura. I don't know. Maybe it's just, like, the social media circles that I'm in. Like, maybe it's a bit of an echo chamber. But before I even played Danganronpa, like, I knew who Nagito was. Like, he just is such a pop culture icon. He's so iconic. So memorable. And Ingo's just, like, there. I don't know. I don't think anyone who hasn't beaten Nagito in a tournament can talk. Okay. Okay, buddy. I'm tucking you in. Go to bed. go, go to bed. Oh. Just Google Mads Mikkelsen. Not now. Just when you have time. I literally made this speech to people IRL, and they have sort of shrugged at me. But I will die on this hill. Mads Mikkelsen? Are they just like really pretty? Are they an actor or a character? I'll say, yeah, I'll do that later, and then tomorrow comes and give me a bit, and then not right now, etc. Ooh, you're a procrastinator. I'm a bit of a procrastinator too. In all honesty, I still have no clue who TF Ingo is. Okay. Okay, then why why do you lobby for him so hard? Man. Maybe I should. I low-key haven't slept for finals. Man, get out of here. But in all honesty, good luck on your finals. Make sure you're well rested. Make sure you eat something before you take your test too. I heard that helps. Ouch. Ouch, what the? Major procrastinator? Yeah. I can't lie, I'm the same way. I don't know. I think I did well in school, but I always turned in stuff late. I don't know. I've always been a procrastinator. Supposed to start learning Blender back in October. I haven't proceeded. Oh. Well, surely eventually one day. If Inko is against Nagito, I probably did. Hiroham, you're not a Nagito enjoyer? Good night, Azu! It's so good to see you. Well, until you started slandering. It was medium good to see you, I guess. Okay, back to squid fishing. I think they're very handsome. They're an actor. If I were to settle down with an older man, it would be him. Oh, the rules for the tournament was it couldn't be any like real people. It had to be characters. Unless he played Hannibal Lecter, and that's what you're talking about. Inko beat Nagito, then lost to Reagan. I never saw Mob Psycho, so I didn't really get the Reagan hype. I think the art style looks a little silly goofy, but I can at least respect it. I don't know about Ingo though. Unfortunately for everyone, I am not. Aww. That's okay. That's fair. You're valid for this. I came into a Stardew Valley stream and have ended up swinging for a celebrity crush real hard. That was not planned. Ooh, yeah. Does this still count as cozy vibes? I don't know. I feel like every time I play a cozy game, I low-key don't get super invested in the story. And I feel like I end up just yapping about whatever. I don't know if that's necessarily cozy, but I always have a good time. Colonel Sanders is a real guy, though. Well, I think the Colonel Sanders that people were voting for was like specifically referencing from the dating sim. You know? So like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of another example where that would work. I don't know. Maybe that's like a special case because I didn't let VTubers in either. He played Hannibal in the TV show? Oh. Yeah, that's fine then. He's a sexy guy on a horse in the game. Oh yeah, he was riding a horse, wasn't he? What a good game that was. Hamilton? What? Yeah, I think Hamilton. I think as long as it was specified that it was from the musical, I feel like I would have counted that. I didn't have to like think about that because nobody nominated Hamilton, I don't think. But if they did, I think I would have let that in. I think I would have let that in. One sec, gotta beat this level. I just remembered that I was meaning to do something, but I forgot. Man, I love him. He's just like me for real. Oh, I'm trying to talk to Sebastian though, sorry. I wonder what frogs do in the winter. Do they just become frozen and thaw out in the spring? That's a good question. Have a blackberry. Oh, I don't think you liked that. What do frogs do in the winter? I know they like go in the mud. Do they freeze? I know some fish have like antifreeze in their blood. So like they'll still freeze solid, but their like blood will still be pumping and they'll be okay. I think when I was really little, my dad lived somewhere that had like a fish pond, and it was like a goldfish pond, and they would freeze and then they just thaw. They just thaw in the spring and be fine. Maybe frogs are similar. Never really thought about that. Okay. Today I'm gonna catch 8 squid. Surely. And I am not gonna get full pockets. Not Abraham Lincoln versus Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer. Dilsey, what is Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer? Is that a show? Or something you made up in your noggin? It's a movie where Abraham Lincoln hunts vampires. He has an axe. Well, yeah. I mean, as long as it's someone who's like a character, I think that would be fine. I don't know. I guess there'd be cases where it's like, oh, like if Barack Obama was on Family Guy, I don't know if I'd let that through. I don't know. But I didn't really have to deal with that. So, just vote in the tournament. No more questions. I'm gonna blow up your house. Obama clears Family Guy. What? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to read chat and also fish. I'm not doing so good at it. Smirk emoji. Yippee! They drink up the antifreeze liquid at the gas station? Oh, yummy. What do you think it tastes like? Surely it's gotta be like blue raspberry, right? When I tried to talk to my teachers about topics that I thought were cool when I was a kindergarten. Oh my god, I was not looking. When I was in kindergarten. Teacher, that's cool. Yo, don't compare me to the kindergarten teacher. That's so cooked. That means you guys are all mentally kindergartners. You're not supposed to self-report like that. The Obama family beats anyone? I used to watch this show. I don't remember what it was called. It was like about dogs. It was like a whole show that was just like explaining dog breeds. I wouldn't say it was called Dogs 101 or something. But anyway, they did an episode about this little white dog. I don't remember what breed it was. Maybe a Maltese or something. And I remember Obama was on it because they were like, "Oh yeah, the president." It was probably in like 2008. It was whenever he was president. But they were like, "Oh yeah, the Obamas have this breed of dog." And that's all I really know about the Obama family. But I think that's awesome. It's also the book Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. What? I've been meaning to read Pride and Prejudice. Ugh. I think I have it, but it's just been sitting on my shelf. What do the zombies add to it? Cinebuster, hello. Hi, Cozy. Welcome in, welcome in. Getting that fast money. The Obamas? Maybe that's real. Did anybody watch that iCarly episode where like Obama was on it? I don't know. Was that real? I've been hopping between a few Stardew streams over the last 2 days. I have no problem with Sam, unlike Shane, but I've never romanced him myself. He's just not my type. But you are one of several people I've seen that really like Sam. Am I missing something? No judgment, but why do you like Sam? I think it's his, like, awkwardness, maybe. I don't know. He's, like, kind of scruffy and goofy, but not super problematic. I don't know. He's just exactly my type. I don't know. Like, he's just got that boy next door feel. Not in like a prim, proper gentleman way, but in a, like a he's trying his best and you just really want to vote for him. You want to root for him. You want to see him be successful. He's just a little guy. Time to become the villain. All right, everybody. Cozy said it's time for ad jail. You can look at this. Oh, okay. I did not like that. Debating on reading that too. I'm currently reading Crime and Punishment. I think I want to read No Longer Human after that. But sometime I want to read Pride and Prejudice. I always thought of Obama being a bit too bitchy after that video of him having a hard time with 5 kilogram weights at the gym. Oh, I don't know. People are different. They're at different places in their like health journeys. I feel like I would also have a hard time with 5 kilogram weights. And I think that's okay. That's so cute. He's trying his best. It doesn't sell me, but it's still really sweet. I don't know. I feel like he's got the stars in his eyes. Like, you would just have such a good time together. Like, he might not be the most romantic person, but like he's trying his best. And it just feels real. It just feels real to me. Whereas, like, for me, Elliot, it feels like maybe he's kind of putting on, like, airs. Like he sculpted his personality and he's trying hard to maintain it. Whereas Sam is kind of flawed and it makes me a little more endeared to him. Oh my goodness, thank you for the stretch. Yippee! Oh, and the hydrate. You guys should totally stretch and hydrate too if you haven't. If you're in a stretchable place, you should stand up and stretch. Yippee! We had a minute and a half left of ads. I feel like when I get up during that ad break, it goes by so fast. But when I'm sitting here watching Baby Sensory, I'm like, man, this ads take forever. Shout out to all the people who are not subscribed who still sit through my ads. I appreciate you so much. And then let me check my notifications. Oh, my mom didn't text me back. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? How cooked is that? Yippee! I'm missing my chopstick. I guess I could have put my pear plate in the sink. That's okay. I'll do that later. Did a good job before sleep. Let Fox Girl stretch and hydrate. So have a good stream and sleeps in the fast. Thank you so much, Cozy. You did do a good job. Very, very sweet of you. Let me tuck you in. I hope you have sweet dreams. Your what? Poop plate? No, my pear plate. Cause pears are quite wet and juicy, right? So when you take a bite, it like drips down. So when I eat a pear, I like have a plate with it so that I'm not dripping on myself. And now I have a pear core and pear juice on a plate. But it can just sit here. Oh, I think ads are over. Are you guys at an ad trail? I think you are. I think you are. I think you are. I'm waiting for Sam to get the last slice of pizza.
Hello, Fausty dear.
Oh.
It is me, Mother Faust. Sorry for not replying to me. I got caught up buying groceries and fighting off a bear. It's been a little hectic, but I want the fight, so thanks for being patient. I bought you a ticket to Crazy Cameron's Carnival. Have fun.
Wait, that's so cute. Oh my goodness, my mama did actually see a bear a few months ago. I guess it wasn't that recent. But she sent me the grainiest, like, 144p image of, like, a bear. It wasn't in our backyard, but it was, like, maybe, like, a block or two down from our backyard. And she's like, Frosty, look at this. Can you believe it that a bear was in our neighborhood? Oh, maybe I came back and she found it. Also, what is Crazy Cameron's Carnival? Is that is that safe? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm waiting for Sam to get the last slice of pizza in one of those awkward situations where there's more people than slices left. Wait, that's so cute. Yeah, I think I'm rooting for that too. That's always such an awkward situation. I don't like being in that situation. I don't disagree. I love Elliot, but yeah, I can certainly see that he could be presenting the creative ideal he wants to be. Oh, I'm so creative, yet unemployed, yet so handsome, yet so dapper, yet so charming. I've no real flaws, so woe is me. I mean, I lap it up regardless, but I get it. Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Like, I'm not judging him for that, and like, I think to some extent everyone kinda does that, like at least a little bit, including me. But it's just not the kind of thing I'm looking for in a romantic partner. I'd rather have a silly goober who plays his guitar. Does he play guitar? I don't think he plays guitar. He plays something. That was Bigfoot. He was gonna tell but it was on all fours. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Hope you have fun in there. It's very fun,
Hey
possibly.
Faust, if the world was purple and the sky green, does that mean you're a pink fox who needs to get me a sound clip of your best Pika Pika? Yes please and thank you. And at least on CHUUUUUU.
CHUUUUUU. If the world was purple and the sky was green, does that mean you're a pink fox who needs to give me a sound clip? Are you asking for a sound clip of a Pika Pika? I can give that to you, but if you say if the sky was purple and the world was green, and that's not true, does that mean that you don't want it? I see, you're so goofy. Those were some words. Those were some words. And nobody can take that away from us. Man, my pockets are full. Does anyone want to hold 6 slime balls for me? That would be nice. Oh, I thought it was throwing it away. I was not doing that. Okay. I have 1 squid. It's so cooked. I said weirder. Yeah, that's kind of real. Yeah, I believe that. Oh, yeah, I guess I've never done the chew part. Just the Pikapi. I like when Pikachu just does a sad little Pikapi. Yo! Yo! Come back. Yummy! I'm already holding 6 balls. Sorry. Man. What does it take to get some service around here? Does that pick me? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Hero. Hero Battle Axe. Gilbert. Can always count on you to hold my slime balls. Oh, thank you. Keep the slime balls. Sigh. My tackle wore out. Sigh. Hero, would you like to be boss? Do you think they like stick together to make one big one? Or do you think they keep like they maintain their shapes? Because the fish just skip slower when you aren't reeling them in. That sounds good. Sleigh stations turned on. You'll see, I feel like that would be like if you were in a character selection screen, that's what you would say if somebody picked you. That's my headcanon. Hero Battle Axe, Hero Gilbert, Hero Jeeves, Crepe Hom. Oh my god! Wait, I forgot about the Jeeves. This is so awesome. Wow. Wow. You sure have some impressive titles there. Sorry, Frosty. Ah! These pockets are for the Norgs only. Aw, man. Wait, how many Norgs you got in your pockets? Josh, when was the last time you played Warframe? Have you played that recently? Do you have a Norg fish tank? I would. One of my voice lines. What's your other voice lines be? That's my full name, Hero Hamletbite. Oh my god. I'm swooning. I'm swooning. I'm swooning. Somebody catch me. That's a stellar name. Oh my goodness. I haven't heard the word stellar in a while. What a good one. Oh. Ah, so thank you so much for the sub. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you. Good morning. In my new playthrough, I started playing with Stardew Valley Expanded and Rich Side mods, which both significantly expand the amount of NPCs in the game. Today, my partner asked how many romanceable options there are, and I counted 41. 41? What? That's so many. I've never played modded Stardew before. I hope so. Thank you so much for the bits. You're so sweet. Ow. Ow. Thank you. I hope Zora has gotten a crate by now. Oh, me too. I don't think he has. I think he's soggy and crepeless, but it's okay. We still love him a lot. I thought the cookie crumbles. That would be your voice line? That's a pretty good one. Do you actually say that a lot, though? What would your voice line be in a fighting game? Pika Pika? I don't think I would take Pikachu's swag like that. I don't think I'd say Pika Pika. That would be kinda, like, copyrighted, right? I think Nintendo would kill me if I said Pika Pika in a fighting game. I don't think I'd say. I don't think I'd fight anyone. I don't think I'd be in a fighting game. Soggy Creepless mating list. Yo, that's so mean. Oh, thank you for the bonk. Hi, Kaya. Welcome in. I won't be the crepe man for a while. Though, I'm pinning that. That's lovely. Yippee. Well, I got so many mods in chat. We're so moderated. We're so moderated. You'd see men in a suit at your door 10 seconds after you say Pika P. Yeah. Yeah, I think if I ever get partner, we're gonna have to get rid of the Pika Pika. Or pretend like it's legally distinct. Announcer, yo, I would love that. I'd be like, yo, that dude just got hit in the face. Womp womp. 7 deadly spins is my old line. Do you spin a lot? Are you a big spinner? Fighting game, hear me out. Go real graphic and cruel. No one would expect it. I'm a little like squeamish. I don't know. I don't handle blood very well. So I think I would kill someone and then like pass out. Like I would win, don't get me wrong, but I would get woozy after. Your lines would include Norks, fishing, and Yippee at least. That's true. I do kind of hit Yippee a lot. Sometimes if I don't know what to say in a situation, I'll just throw a little Yippee. It's kind of a good catch-all. I do love fishing mini games. I don't even like fishing in real life. But fishing in video games is so awesome. Bika Bika, legally distinct? Legally distinct, but goofy as hell. Wow, awesome, thank you. So thank you for the hype chain. So sweet, that's so sweet. Maybe change the spelling? Pika, Pika? I don't know. Is that distinct enough? I think Nintendo is still gonna kill me. I'm gonna send Pikachu to my house. And I'm gonna get exploded. It'll just sound like you have a blocked nose. Okay, well, if I don't particularly want to sound like I have a blocked nose, then what? Am I just cooked? Man, how does anybody ever do the Squid Fest? I got 2. I'm cooked. Bronze status. Oh, does it carry over? Maybe it carries over. In that case, I think I have like 6. Maybe I can get one more. Poka Poka? Chat, I don't think you're cooking at all. I appreciate your suggestions, but they all kinda suck. Even better, after I whoop your ass, I hope we can still be friends. Legally, I can't hold my punches, but I want you to know I want to. What? What kind of lines are those? My manager said this was for charity. How did you get here? Crexo, what does that mean? Sounds like we're in a sitcom. I like poking. Oh. Can I introduce you to my good friend Laughing Georgie? Perhaps, maybe?
Haraham line. What if you
Haraham?
stopped at a red light and pulled up next to you, and I honked my horn
Hey,
at you,
stop, I'm gonna
and you pulled
mess
your
up.
windows down, and we made eye contact. Then I Pika Pika at you, and then I go bald. Then I say, "What's up, baby
Stop!
girl?"
I'm
How would you react?
losing the game. I can imagine you saying Pika Pika and then going bald. I don't know how I'd react. I would say that like I would be completely like head over heels, but I gotta be honest, I think the bald part kinda might be a deal breaker. Maybe not a deal breaker, but definitely losing some points for the baldness. What do I get rid of? I want these things. Oh, it's stacked sleigh. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. What's wrong? What's wrong with what? Nothing's wrong. I'm having the time of my life, actually. Guess I don't need seeds. You can just put my wig back on for me. Oh! Wait, yippee! This is so awesome. Well, then it all works out. I think I get out of my car. I get out of my car, and then I get into your car. Ah! Sorry. I get out of my car, I get into your car, and then I ask if it's okay if I queue up a song, and then I queue up Gangnam Style, and then we drive away with the windows down. I leave my car at the red light. It's fine because it's low key not that great. And we drive to the beach. You're the best flex girl ever. Aw, thank you. Aw, shucks. No crepe. Face, no crepe. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. I actually went to IHOP the other day. I say the other day. I guess it was a few weeks ago. But it was when I was back in my hometown for the holidays, and I went to IHOP with some friends from high school, and I got a crepe. I got a crepe, and it was awesome. Not to mog on you, but maybe like mog on you a little bit. You just leave it on the road? Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Man, that's so awesome. I was thinking that too. You never even told you? Well, I didn't want to make you jealous. I didn't want to be like, haha, I had a crepe and you never had one. Cause that just feels like bad manners, I'm not gonna lie. Wow, this is cute. Dear Miss Fosty, last night a JoJo team member found you incapacitated. A medical team was dispatched to bring you home safely. We're glad you're okay. You've been billed 1,000 gold for this service. Well, it's fine. I can spare 1,000 gold. Starting tomorrow, a traveling merchant fleet will dock at Pelican Town for the yearly night market. The market starts at 5 p.m. and will be in port for the next 3 days. Please visit the beach after 5 p.m. to join the festivities. There's free coffee. That's so nice. Mod me. What? What? Can you unmod yourself? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Is there any reason to keep all these diamonds? I don't really know what diamonds are for, but they feel special. Exclamation point fart. Okay, well, when you typed that, what did you think I would say to that? Like, what was your... what are we doing here? What was your goal for that one? Wait, did I run out of time for the wood? Final day! Okay, I can do that, surely. What? Man, don't just copy what I'm saying. That's copyrighted. I'm gonna blow up your house. What kind of alternative opinion of the situation is that? Option 1, I had a thing, it was nice. Option 2, I had a thing you never had. It's scrub. What do you mean? Surely there's a secret third option. Oh, that's nice. Is it too late to say Happy New Year? Of course not! Happy No? Happy New Year, Joru! I hope your 2026 is treating you well. Hold on, it got cold real fast. I gotta close my window, 1 sec. That went from 0 to 100 real fast? Oh, sorry, real fast. What? I don't even know what I said, but surely it was regular. okay, I'll better. Happy New Year, we're gonna kill you. I did not say that. Um, unless that's just like an original thought that you had. I guess that's fine. Okay, I need this at the community center. And I need to bring the wood up to Robin, maybe. So far, it's a banger. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, yeah. The year of the horse is gonna be so good. Does anyone want duck mayonnaise? Anyone want to spare me 1,875 gold for some duck mayo? One coal for 900. What a bargain. I guess you do try to get stuff blown up all the time. Nuh-uh. 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 Only like once every 3 streams. That's not even that much. I think my average is pretty low. Here's 542 and I have stick of gum. Man, who breaks sticks of gum in half? I guess sometimes some specific brands of gum, it's like a little too much, but I feel like if you break it in half, the other half will go bad, right? I don't know. You don't want it? Well, I didn't say that. I never said that. I was just asking a clarifying question. Inquiring parties want to know. What flavor gum is it? Do you guys prefer like bubble gum or minty gum or fruity gum? I like fruity gum, but it doesn't last super long. An unfortunate trade-off, but a necessary one. And like the Trident layers that are like goofy fruity, those are quite nice. I like watermelon gum, yo! What a good one. Why don't we have minty bubble gum? Isn't bubble gum like the flavor? Like, yeah, like pink flavor? I don't know. Surely someone has mint bubble gum. You could probably make it yourself. Like, break 2 sticks of gum in half, one that's bubble and one that's mint. And then mix them together. And then tell me how that goes. Jokes aside, can you imagine if Stardew had that as an online feature? A message board trading, huh? Just loads of notes saying, please, I just started out. I need my duck mayonnaise. I feel like that would make the game incredibly easy. Because then you could just, like, get the community center done, like, in spring of the first year. And then you'd move so fast, and you'd be like, shoot, what do I do now? That's kind of awesome, though. I'd give somebody all my money for some duck mayonnaise. Don't really chew gum. My teeth are too sharp, so I keep making my tongue bleed by accidentally biting it. Oh. That's kind of sad. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. It's kind of surprising. Because you're not chewing the gum with your canines, right? And aren't your canines the ones that would be sharp? Isn't bubblegum for blowing bubbles? Well, like, I think it is, but isn't it... That's like a distinct flavor, right? Like, you can get bubblegum ice cream, and it's flavored like pink flavor. Got straight shark teeth. I cannot do all that? What? You're chewing it like a freak. I'm trying to imagine chewing gum with your canines. Not just my canine, nearly every tooth is jagged. My teeth are weapons too? Oh. Maybe you guys need to eat like harder foods. Like maybe if you eat baby carrots, it'll um help. Please, I need duck mayonnaise. My friend is kind of homeless. Wait, that's so awesome. I'm the friend. I'm the friend. Wait, that's the entry barrier. To talk to the online community, you need to complete the community center. If you do the JoJo route, I don't know. You die. Oh. That sounds like a good trade-off to me. I think when I first started streaming, I played Stardew. Like I started a new farm. And I tried to do the JoJo route. And I just could not do it. I am not money maxing pilled. Oh wait, what do you think Harvey wants out of these things? Do you think he wants a squid? Like sunflowers? Okay, I've only given him a sunflower. I'm cooked. Maybe he'll like a crocus. Maybe he likes flowers. Oh, thank you very much. I didn't expect anyone to know it was my birthday today. Success. Pretty much every tooth except the front couple ones. Are they, like, broken? To be like that? You've never modded Stardew? Mm-mm. Never. I've never got that far in Stardew. I always like start over before I get super far. And so it feels like there's always stuff to do. Selling salt and pepper wasn't too hard for you. I didn't sell salt and pepper. I just considered it heavily. Like an extra cinnamony today, I must say. Oh, why, thank you. You're looking extra doctory today. You look like you've eaten an apple recently. I would if I could. Aw. Bald? I swear to God, I didn't say bald. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Just make a budgie. I made these two drawings. What do you think? Ooh. I like the jungle island and the tiger, or I like the orc with the battle axe. I wish it was a tiger and a battle axe. But I guess I usually choose aminos. No, doctors hate apples? What? Nuh-uh. They love apples. That's why it keeps the doctors away, because they're like, oh yay, you've been eating apples, so you're healthy. Right? So surely doctors really, that's their favorite thing ever. Neither? No, I'm not saying that. Look at her. She's cute. Oh yeah? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like the girl with mouse ears would probably pick the tiger. It's because they hate apples? Is that real? I don't think that's real. I think it's because they love them so much. There's no shit, John. Dilsey! Be nice. Be nice. She did a good job. Wait, I gotta give hardwood. I gotta give hardwood to Robin's house. Apples make doctors kinda homeless? Well, yeah, that might be true. I guess there's nothing to be done about that. Yes, we do. Yes, you hate them, or yes, you like them. I'm sorry, I'm confusing myself. Oh, Book of Mysteries. Wow, I just read and then there were none. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Just kidding, that one's not 10 out of 10. I would give that one like a 7 out of 10. Yes? Yes, what? That's so unhelpful. apple. Uh, uh, raise your hand if you're looking extra bald today. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Firewood at Robin's house. And jelly at the community center. Get a time machine and murder Johnny Appleseed. No more apples? Is Johnny Appleseed like the creator of apples? What about Isaac Newton? Isn't he a lot older? Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. That's nice. MILF. Today I'm just going to relax and think positively. She's so awesome. You want a flower? For me? This is such a thoughtful gift. Thank you. Uh, I love her. I admit, I'm not sure how well this would apply to you since you haven't progressed in the main game too much. However, there's a mod called Stardew Valley Expanded, which is what it says. It really is just Stardew Valley, but more. And importantly, as to why I bring it up, it makes the JoJo route kind of fun. Oh. Yeah, it was kind of unfun when I tried. Because I couldn't make money that fast. And so, that kind of sucked. And I feel like I rely on the free stuff from the community center a lot. That sounds like it's definitely worth looking into. But maybe, maybe a bit in the future. Yes, but? Yes, but what? Oh, thank you for the flower, Jarchi. I love flowers with my whole heart. You just said, a pesky fruit when the apple fell on him. Appleseed pioneered apples as a food? Is that real? Like, did people not eat apples back then? But there was Appleseed before apples. Like, they already existed? Maybe it's like crab apples, where it's like they exist, but like people don't really eat them. Or like you can eat dandelions, but like people don't. Maybe it's something like that. Man, I did not mean to do that. Oh well. The source is that I made it up. I love making things up. I love lying. Oh, hello. No. Hey, the grid ball game is on today. Here you go. This is cool. Thanks. How old is Johnny Appleseed? Not like as a person, but like as a mythos. I don't know really anything about him. Johnny Appleseed pioneered swordfish. Yo, that's so awesome. In the way Johnny Appleseed planted a whole lot of apple trees in America. Oh my gosh. So is it like is it like St. Patrick getting rid of all the snakes in Ireland? But like on the opposite end of the spectrum? Can somebody write a fanfiction for those two? I think that would be nice. How did I imagine like 5 at least? Okay, well, I was thinking maybe a bit older, but surely that's a start. There's a certain demographic of the Stardew community who love Robin. So bless you and Caroline in your affair. I don't need. Thank you. Thank you. I love her. And also Pierre kind of sucks eggs. So I would treat her way better. According to the lore, he wasn't even named Johnny. His name was Floppy. What? Yo, where's Gugu at? I think Gugu's probably at work, if not sleeping. I think me and Gugu are kind of on opposite schedules, unfortunately. We're like two ships in the night, never fated to pass. I built a snow goon, but Demetrius made me get rid of it. Agreed, Pierre doesn't deserve her? Real answer. Yeah. Look at this snow goon. Kind of awesome, huh? Um, did I need anything else up here? I don't think I did. I think I've done a lot of quests. How do I make a pillow? I don't remember. Not sure how to do those quests. Call her now? Call Goo Goo? I never called her before. I think that would scare her. I'd never wake at this time. Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. I scream? Oh, thank you for screaming. Tell me, Doc, why do you scream? Oh, thanks for getting that first, I see. Yeah, good job. Goo Goo, we have a fanfic proposition for you. Has she wrote a lot of fanfic? I know she consumes a lot of fanfic, but I didn't know she wrote it too. That's low-key impressive. Shout out to all my fanfic writers out there. There should be a mod where you can kill Lewis and hunt down and eradicate his bloodline. Does he have a bloodline? I know he's got that fling with Marnie, but I don't know if he, like, has children or anything. Maybe his bloodline ends with him. Like, maybe it'll just sort itself out and you don't have to do all that. Fanfic reading stream when? Um... Well... I don't read too awful much fanfic, so I don't know what I would read. You got any favorites? I think I'll keep everything else. I was thinking it'd be cute if I read poetry. I like poetry. Which... Guess I'll save up for a fiver. Hi, can I insult you? No. No, but you can be really nice to me. Yeah, I have bombs in this chest. I didn't even know that. That's kind of awesome. I should cook my ores. I'm so scatterbrained. I don't know if anyone knew that. I didn't know if you could tell. But my ability to maintain a thought is kind of in the dumpster. She had a contest or something real recently. It was truck stop restroom themed. That's so awesome. What was it, like a contest for people to write them? Or like just submitting their favorite ones? We know heart emoji, bro. Thanks. I don't read them. Who thinks anyway? Thank you. Someone who gets it. Someone who understands me. Okay, these are for Sam. These are for me. These are for my fishing rod. These are for whoever. And these are to cook. Yeah. I guess I could also upgrade tools. I don't know what else the bars are for. I'll take all that to the blacksmith tomorrow. I write poem. Ahem. My feelings for Wawa. Big like dinosaur, thank you. Wow. It's so simplistic, but so concise. That's so nice, Charchi. Thank you. I love you too, Dad. That's That's so awesome. Thanks for that. Any Big Time Rush enjoys in chat? Who's everyone's favorite Big Time Rush band member? Who's your stan? I like Carlos. Man, a whole lot of garbage, huh? Sigh. Bro, it's nothing but garbage. I'm out of here. Is it crazy to go to bed at 8:40 p.m.? I don't know what else to do. Wait, are you supposed to talk to Robin about a silo? It's cooked. Snoop Dogg? Well, I I guess you're not wrong. But that seems a bit of a cop-out answer, I must say. Oh, yeah! Thank you so much for that! Thank you, silly goose feeder. Yo! It's so good to see you, thank you! Yippee! Thanks for the follow! No idea? Hi! Hi, Ippo. Hi, Peter. Hi, non-beanie bee. Hi, my name is Fost. We're playing Stardew Valley. What were you up to? Goose Ray, this fucker geese is here to say honk. That's so lovely. That's so lovely. Thank you, little gooses. You're playing Dispatch. Yo, how's that going? I've never played that one, but I heard it was quite good. Honkers. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Playing Dispatch last 2 episodes. Ooh. Do you like it? Can you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? How good of a game is it? It's in my Steam library, but um I kind of just been sitting on it. I liked it. Some choices made me worried. Ooh, okay. I kind of like choices that make you worried. Kind of exciting. Yo, you can't say that. He's just rugged. He just needs to get one of those like sweater depiller things. Get some of these loose threads off. It's not that bad. 9 out of 10. You like superhero animated shows? You'll love this? I haven't really seen superhero animated shows. I watched Invisible. I watched a little bit of Invincible, and then it got too gory, and I had to stop watching it because I'm a baby. I guess I watched a bit of Marvel's What If. That's cool though. 9 out of 10 or higher. It's got difficult choices. I love Shane too. He's baby. Whoa, I did not say I love him, but I feel like he's not as bad as people say. He's just kind of going through it. He's going through it and I feel bad for him, but I wish he wasn't so rude. Dispatch doesn't have a lot of gore. More humor as well. Game does have nudity and cuss words, so be warned. Okay, okay. I'm fine with nudity. And I'm fine with cussing. I'm just a baby when it comes to blood. It makes me a bit woozy. I feel Invincible isn't a proper gauge on most superhero movies. What other superhero animated shows are there? That's like the biggest one, right? It does have a lot of blood, so yeah. Wait, but Beanie just said it doesn't have a lot of gore. Does it have a lot of blood or no? Older comics, sure. Invincible is the best animated TV show besides Arcane. Really? I do quite like Arcane. I think that would probably be my contender for the best animated TV show. And I like the plot of Invincible, but I don't know. I don't know, just like right off the bat, it's so gruesome. And it made me go, ah, goodbye. None of that, please. It doesn't have gory things, but blood on its own it does. That's probably fine. I don't know. I'm sure I can be brave enough for that. Biggest superhero show of recent years. The older Batman animated existed. Hmm. Yeah, I never watched Batman. I watched the one with Edward from Twilight. That one was good. Was Arcane Season 2 any good? Yeah. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I will say it feels less cohesive than Season 1. Like, Season 1, it's like everything seems to have a purpose and is moving in a nice linear way, and all the threads like come together. And season 2 kind of lacks that in my opinion, but it's still incredibly good and it was really emotional. I really liked it. I think you should watch it. With Gore, I think of dismemberment and like internal things on the outside. Yeah, that's kind of real. I guess if it's like just blood splatters, it's not too bad. I don't know. I don't know. I guess if people are like screaming, then it's kind of bad. I don't know. I don't know, but surely it's okay. It's alright. Nothing I could really lose my mind over. Sheesh. I lost my mind over it. I will still say I think season 1 was slightly better, but I really liked season 2. And Victor makes me wanna explode. Yeah, I love him so much. He's so good. You gotta watch it, Jarchi. You get to see Timo? A little bit. I in a way. In a way, there's like a Timo cameo. Sorry. Shane's. I'm leaving shade on her for real. A plate, huh? Here, have a cold one. In the snow? Gonna get sick for real. I loved Victor in season 1. I did too. I think he gets better. I think he gets better. I love Victor. You should watch it. I'd say check out the content warnings and trailers if you can. Yeah, that's probably smart. I don't know. I've played games like BioShock, and like that's kind of rough, but like I can handle it. I don't know. I think if I lock in, I can handle anything. It just takes a bit of locking in. He's ugly, bro. I bet his green shirt looks fine underneath the jacket. Buh. Life. I'm really just not saying anything, huh? You ever feel like no matter what you do, you're gonna fail? This shape looks like an elbow. Don't say that. He's not that bad. I think if he fixed his clothes a little bit, like he's got a good base, you know. He's got a fine face shape, and like his hair is okay, and his eye color is okay. He just needs to like shave and get some drip. Oh my goodness. Also, I'm sorry, Kira. I don't know if you're still here. I did. I did not Pika when you redeemed it. Womp womp. If you come back, I'll do it. I hate Timo in game, of course. I don't know anything about Timo's lore, so I can't really say. A lot of people say he's annoying in game, but I don't know. He seems kind of regular. Can't be as handsome as Zora. What? I'm sure you're both super duper handsome. I'm still here, Pika, right now? Okay. Pika Bee! Ignore Cinnamon at Zoralius. A wise person. Sigh. Listen, he's just like an I can fix him character, you know? I think it's regular. Thanks, guys. You'll get there one day. Yippee. You just need to invest in like a black t-shirt and some gray joggers. Like you're stuck in some miserable abyss and you're so deep that you can't even see the light of day. He's just sad. He's just sad. I think he'll be okay. Also, thank you very much for the follow, random meanie. Thank you. Yippee! I just feel like no matter how hard I try, I'm not strong enough to climb out of that hole. I feel kind of embarrassed wearing bright purple shoes and mouse ears, and he's like going through it like that. You can be sad, but if you're ugly and sad, then you are just an edgelord. Listen, a lot of people like edgelords. I'm not saying I would date Shane, but like I would definitely try to be his friend. Fast drinker, huh? Woman after my own heart. Just don't make it a habit. Got a future ahead of you still. Maybe that was a bad time for that notification. No, it's okay. We can yip you through the sad little fella. Why am I being called out? No, Jarchi. You got like a tattoo, right? You're dripped out. You're dripped out. Don't even worry. Well, my liver's begging me to stop. Better call it a night. See you around, Frosty. Okay, bye. What was I going down here for? I've enjoyed myself. The chat's been lovely, even if Shane has been depressing. But I bid you all adieu. Aw, thank you so much for hanging out for so long, Cresco. It was a good time. I hope you sleep well. Hold on. Let me tuck you in. Good night, good night, good night. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. I appreciate you. Did I narrate why I was going down here? Maybe I was just foraging stuff. Tipsy makes you slow? I feel like tipsy makes you fast. Is that not real? Powder melon seeds. Shane talking about all his depressing problems. Me. Yeah. Listen, it's called lifting the mood. You know, it's called comedic relief. I like that these little moths are glowing. That's real cute. Burrito. Oh my goodness. You love burritoing people, huh? Floppy beanie. Yo. Why is it floppy? Wait, do I look cute? I think I look cute. It's kind of awesome. Man, I love getting stuff from the floor. One time I found like a really nice gold bracelet just on the floor. And I gave it to my friend. That was pretty awesome. Trying to think what else I found on the floor. I know I found a lot of stuff on the floor. Random little treasures. Can't think of anything else, but trust there was other stuff. Head empty. You look great today. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do look pretty nice today. It's getting late. Okay, tomorrow, I'm gonna try to build a silo and maybe upgrade a tool or two if I can. And I think that's it. Oh, and I guess go to the museum. These haven't been donated yet. Okay. Plus, I found some trash on the floor. You can have it. It wasn't trash. It was like a really pretty, well-made golden bracelet. And I was like, yo, my friend would love this. And I disclosed that I found it on the floor. I didn't just like lie. But it's really nice. Us spending another night in the snow sleeping? Nuh-uh, I haven't till 2 a.m. Nuh-uh. Sounds kind of awesome. I miss the snow so bad. Every time my northern friends talk about how snowy it is, it fills me with a jealous rage. Saying today as if it'd be any different on a different day. Oh, wait. That's real. That's real. I always look pretty good. Okay. This beanie's so nice. I feel like my shoes should match. I don't know. I don't know how to get red shoes though. It's a yo! It was not a shiny wrapper. Man. Oh. This is Azu's house after we blew it up. Yippee! Yay, we're so rich. Yummy. Sometimes she's shot. Okay, you can't say that. You don't even know that. I've never been chopped in my life. I'm gonna put my ears in the fridge. That's where the clothes live. Squeak! Get Monsley. He smells like laundry soap. Okay, are you listening? Are you listening? There you go. There's your wisdom for the day. I hope you wrote it down. Azu is gonna donut you. Donut me? Like put a hole in me? like stab me or what? That's what I would say too. Well, if it's true, then you're allowed to say it, I think. Hi, Fusty. Good morning. Hi. Wait, we both have beanies on, but hers isn't floppy. She's got a stiff beanie. You seem to be doing well. The farm looks great. She's lying to me. My farm's looking sus. Yeah, like that dude in Your Turn to Die? Oh. Azu wouldn't do that to me. Surely. Surely he would never do that to me. I'd do that to him first. So, you've been here a while, and I'm sure you've acquired some cloth by now, right? Well, did you know that you can use cloth to tailor all kinds of clothes? All you need is access to a sewing machine. And I happen to have one at home. Feel free to swing by and use it anytime. I feel like she's low-key risen me up. Like, she kissed me and she knows I'm dating her sister, so I feel like this is cooked. Clothing, you'll be tough, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty tough. Yeah. I already don't like fight. Already after midnight. I have to drop off? No. Good night, Joru. Let me tuck you in. I hope you have very sweet dreams. I don't like fighting off the boss. Okay, well, I would never start a fight. But if a fight were to happen, I would win. That's not even me being cocky, that's just true. What is that? Looks like an amoeba. Yo, thanks. That's nice. Let's cook it. I don't have any cloth, but I have a shiny wrapper. I got this cloth from the recycling machine. I don't know how to get it, like, normal style. Artisan goods? I don't think I have an artisan goods chest. Huh. Maybe it can go in the fridge. Butter is a loaf of milk. It has to be churned though. You can't just let your milk rot. Like that's not butter. You gotta stir it. Well, these are artisan goods, so surely it fits. Hi, Holly. Welcome back. Gengar. Gengar. The thing that I just, like, mined up? Was that... was that Gengar? Looking a little different today. Is this where this goes? I guess so. It's in groups of 5, so we need, like... 6? Cinna? Cinna what? Did you say I'll put my ears in the fridge? Yeah! I don't... I don't know where to put my clothes, but I feel like the fridge is the closest thing I have to a closet. Don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. I don't got a closet. Man, beer is not liquid bread. Bread is like really tasty, and beer is like the most disgusting thing I've ever put in my mouth. Can I use your name for my silly little video, just like the one I did for mixed salsa? Yeah, of course. You can make whatever memes of me that you want. If it's something that would make me look super bad, I might ask you to take it down, but if it's just a silly little thing, I don't mind. Oh, wait, go this way. Random question. Would a strawberry sandwich be good? I think it depends on the bread you're using. If you're just using sliced white bread, I think putting strawberries on that would be nice. Or maybe if you had a piece of toast that had slices of strawberries on it. But I don't know, I used to eat jelly sandwiches as a kid. And so I think a strawberry sandwich would just be a jelly sandwich. But less goopy. You know? Hello, I'm back. Welcome back, Tara. It's good to see you. Hi, everyone. Okay, thanks. You're so welcome. Thank you for feeling inspired, I guess. Oh my god, check this out. Little guys. Ooh, I need bait. I'll do that later. I gotta get locked in. In Japan, they do whipped cream and strawberry sandwiches with a little added sugar. This step is optional and it's pretty nice. I tried it myself. If you're a fan of chocolate spread, add some of that. With peanut butter, ew. Blocked! Peanut butter and strawberry sandwich, yuck. I don't like peanut butter. Used to eat honey with bread and strawberries and blueberry syrup and or jam. That sounds really good. Not judging, I put all my stuff in Harvey's place. I thought if you put stuff like in other people's homes, they put it in the lost and found. I thought they didn't like that. This is good information to know. PBJ, but I just dip the bread in peanut butter, take a bite, then dip it in jam and take another bite. I guess if you're gonna have a PB&J, there's nothing wrong with that, but I just really don't like peanut butter. You're not following. I was following. You said whipped cream and strawberry sandwich. Japan. Good. Added sugar optional. I think that sounds nice. I don't think I'd put added sugar in it because it sounds like it'd be sweet enough as it is. I'd be worried about it being maybe too soft, but sounds good. Put chest all over the place. It's a problem. What? I thought they picked up your chest. That's so awesome. I love that for you. Oh, sorry. She's trying to show stuff off. Voila! My newest creation. It's a deluxe 4-poster bed, crafted from the finest local hardwood. It does look quite cute. Robin, What's the point of the 4 posts? It seems like an inefficient use of materials. Yo, it's swag. He does not understand ball. Yes, okay, you were. And yeah, it is sweet enough, but I'd still add chocolate syrup spread because I have an insane sweet tooth. That's fair. Chocolate covered strawberries are really, really nice. But I think it'd be okay without the chocolate too. Me when the peanut butter kicks in? Oh, I was gonna die. See, I was on my side by default. They can't even have peanut butter. So they have to be a peanut butter hater by default. They picked them up. I picked them. What? Oh. What an interesting playstyle you have. It's so awesome. Oh, thank you for the alert, Collie. It's called Beauty Bud. You know, that thing that most people find enjoyable. She hit her husband with Bud. That's cooked. I see your point. But we can't let that outweigh the utility and efficiency of the sleep receptacle. Sleep receptacle. You know, sometimes it feels like you're being deliberately obtuse, just to irritate me. Is that what you're doing? Hey, Fusty, come in. Yikes, get me out of here. Check this out. It's the bed I was able to make thanks to all the wood you gathered. So, what do you think? I think it looks awesome. Me when I visit you at the hospital after. Pretty good, right? Yo, it is not worth it. That's just gross as hell. Well, if anyone needs me, I'll be in the doghouse. Now that I have a prototype, I can start selling them in the shop. Hey, these might look good in your place, Fossy. What do you say? Can we pencil you in for a half dozen? I love having 6 beds. That's so swag. Okay, can you make me a coop? Sorry, I already have a coop. Can you make me a silo? Stone and clay! Man, I'll be back. Sigh. It's already 6:30. Time flies, I guess. Maybe this will be the last day. It's getting a little bit hungry in here. Have you guys eaten yet? What did you eat today? Yippee! Okay. What did I say? Stone and clay? Or wood and clay? Oh, I probably don't even have enough clay. I'll just take all of it and hope for the best. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Awa. Thanks, I call it chaos playstyle. I kinda love that for you. Oh, and a stretch. Thank you, thank you. Baby. Why do I have this? Oh, I guess that's from the bait bucket thingy. Please tell me I have enough. Please, 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 please. Yippee! Failed. Oh, I should have moved that. It'd be nice for the silo to be near the coop. Okay, well, I guess randomly somewhere is also fine. Suspicious silo in the corner. Looking good. You have enough! Yippee! I love when I have enough. I left a massive middle finger outside Jojo Mart? How do you make that? Okay, I'll start working on your new silo first thing tomorrow morning. Thanks. Thank you. She sells a lot of stuff. For me and the wifey, I made this Bulgarian dish. It's really simple. You put potatoes, feta, bacon, and cheese in a baking tray. Pour some cooking cream. Cover with more cheese and oven bake for 20 minutes is so good. Oh. I think that sounds like a little too much cheese for my personal taste. But it doesn't sound bad. I think anything with potatoes in it's pretty nice. What is cooking cream? Is that the same as like whipping cream? Another year is almost over. Oh, I guess so. Heavy cream? Oh. What does that do? Does it just keep it like wet? Is it like a casserole? When does it go off the floor? Yo! Don't say I eat off the floor. That's so cooked. Like real, but don't say it. Just think about it. Honey, I'm back. What did I miss? Huh? You miss Shane giving us a beer and being kind of generally depressed. I think that's about it. I'm building a silo. Other than that, you didn't miss much. Makes it nice and creamy. Oh. Sounds exciting. Bam, bam, bam. Reward. A raccoon. Yippee! Raccoons are cute. Was I doing anything else today? I think the coop is the main thing. Oh, I was gonna upgrade a tool as well. Yippee! Upgrade tools. Yeah, I don't have iridium yet. Maybe a copper hoe would be good. Just going around causing havoc on my save. Man. your poor town is in shambles. You've come to visit me in the cold. No, I just saw you outside of the blacksmith. I could do with a respite from my lonely labors. Girl, you're kinda on your way to the library. But, I mean, I'll take it. Whatever floats your goats, I guess. Prize ticket, I love prizes. Oh, I don't have eggs. Surely we can slay 50 bats. No problemo. Elliot low-key making me question myself. I mean, I think you're valid for that. He's an attractive young man. Yo, what's the love book? I want that. I've helped out. I put torches everywhere, so now the town is lit up at night. Oh, well, I guess that does sound pretty helpful. Can't really argue that one. Maybe I'll go fishing until my pockets are full, and then I'll go home. That sounds pretty nice. I still gotta find the shadowy figure and discover the purpose of the skull key. We'll get there eventually. Oh, I forgot about this. I thought this was at night. Is this at night? Oh, it starts at 5 p.m. Sheesh. Why is hydrate 200 but stretch is 250? You know, I had a reason and I don't really remember what it was. Maybe it's cause like with hydrate, I can one-hand it, but Stretch. I have to use both hands. I don't know. I don't know, but it made sense in my head when I did it. The shadow figure, you know. Or the shadow figure you after. I know where it is. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. I think I've done it in past saves. I just don't remember. Like, I know he's in the sewer, but I forgot what I have to do to get there. Surely it will click sometime. Just trying to scam us out of points, SMH my head. Yo! We don't have to stretch me if you don't want to. It's too expensive for you. Can we get pockets full of Norg's emote? Please, 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 please. I feel like that wouldn't show up very good. Like, would it just be me sitting with, like, fish coming out of my pockets? I don't even know if my skirt has pockets. I don't think it does. I don't think there's any pockets. Oh, I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked, and I think I don't know how my model was oriented. Is it like this? I don't know. It's like the shiny wrapper. Yo! Jingle jingle. Come out, little figure. Be careful an icicle doesn't fall on your head. That sounds horrifying. Fish. I love fish. You were right about coconut milk? Oh, did you try it? Man, you like eat coconut flesh and you're like, yummy, this is pretty good and nice and sweet. And then you taste coconut milk and it's like, this is contaminated water. It's awful. A skirt with pockets sounds so banging actually. Yeah, it is pretty banging. I think the one my model has does not have it. I have this nice pink skirt from Hot Topic that has like a chain belt on it and it has pockets and it is quite convenient. It's a really cute skirt, but it's kind of hard to make outfits with because it's such a bright shade of pink. I feel like you can only really wear black or white with it. You in pants with big ass pockets full of fish. Humongous pockets, big like dinosaur. Wait, that's so cute. I do quite like baggy cargo pants. I would fill that with Norgs probably. But I have not seen my model wear big cargo pants. That would be cute. How would you even find an artist for that? And Judgy, if you find an artist that knows how to make an emote like that, I'll look into it. Just find one. You say that like it's so simple. Gwen is immune to pockets? Like Gwen from League? Huh? Pomegranate sapling. I think I put my orange sapling over here. So I'll put the pomegranate sapling close by. Chapped. That's so cute. That kind of goes crazy. Okay, I'll put this one here. Yippee! Do I have beach totem? I do. I don't want to miss out on the night market. So I'll warp there as soon as I'm done here. You can chill right here. Looking good. Fine. Nothing. Oh wait, those should have gone here. I think these as well. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, I'm a little slow. And then all that's there. Now we go to the night market. I love night markets. I guess any kind of market. I just like being out and about. After you've truly unplugged from the modern way of life, you'll start to really enjoy the simple things, like the sun, a ripe fruit, or finding a stick with the exact shape you were looking for. Stick bug. Oh, I guess I already talked to him today. Small hint, don't use bombs to clear trees. It's a bad idea, talking from experience. I didn't even know you could use bombs to clear trees. You are so chaotic. I only ever used bombs in the caves. Be careful out there. I'm gonna light your farm on fire. Taking a night off from the saloon for Jazz's sake. I wish I was old enough to see the mermaid show. Oh man, let her see the mermaid show. I think this boat's my favorite. It's so unique. This is a good one. This is so mysterious. I love it. Oh, okay, and I can go home for $2.50. Can you smell that? The air is so spicy here. What? What is spicy air? It's like it's like pepper flakes. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Maybe the mermaid will show. Maybe the mermaid show will calm my nerves. But what if they think I'm ogling? Gulp. Winter can be a dreary season, but events like this make it a little brighter. Green office stool. Yo, I love furniture. Give me that. Interesting. I didn't, but tried it. Thought it would be a good idea. Blew myself up a few times. That's so awesome. When someone is cooking spicy food and you breathe it in and cough real hard. But I don't even think anyone's cooking here. I don't know what spicy air she's talking about. No, there's this spicy soup I like to make. But like if you do stand over it, it does make you sneeze. Only a few times, like 13 or 14 times. Random, that's so cooked. You didn't learn after the first, like, 3? A Lupini original, not bad. I'm selling this painting for 1,200 gold. What do you say? What is this of? Is it a volcano? Or is it a man? I can't really tell. Each day is something new. Cone hat. Stone frog. What is stone frog? Piano. Ah. I don't have enough. Aw, I want a piano. Can anyone spot me, like, $20,000 real quick? That would be so awesome. No, I mean, TH, the trees were in the way when I planted the bombs. Huh? No, wait, we already been here for 6 hours? That's what I'm saying. It felt like so fast. Oh, you have to, like, press the shells in that order. I'm no good with remembering music notes, though. How do I press them? Oops. Oh! Get into it, lady. You're doing so good. Man, why can't Jazz see this? She would love this. I planted the bombs and tried to run away. A tree got in the way and blew myself up. What were you bombing your farm for? If not to... If not to... knock down the trees. What? That was so awesome. She ate that up! Clap, 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 clap. Good job. It's kind of quiet. It was like blah 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 blah. But I don't know. I don't know how to make that. I like my version better. Bombing the farm keeps the soil fresh. Oh, like those controlled fires that like help the pine trees grow. I see. Well, I guess I'll worry about that later. Yo, look at this snake board. I love snakes. Trying to make more space on the farm, but that went awry. It sounds like it. It sounds like it, but that's kind of awesome. Candy canes. Oh, this is all seasonal stuff. This looks like Undertale to me. Cloud banner? I want a plant, but I don't know which one. I wish I knew how big they were. I guess I'll get the Undertale looking one. The frog and the flower together kind of give that vibe. Can't think why it went awry. My plan was bulletproof. Yeah. I can't imagine what went wrong there. On Wednesday mornings, I like turning controlled fires into uncontrolled ones. Why Wednesday? Oh, you have to do that before 11. I guess that makes sense if it takes you down. Well, that was fun. Completely insane. One or the other. I mean, those sure are opposite ends of a spectrum. They say that crazy equals genius, though. So maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're cooking. You need to make it bomb-proof, duh. Oh, shoot. That's so real. If anybody tells me that their plan is bomb-proof, I'm a little bit scared, I think. Yo, look at the fish in the floaty. Or sorry, look at the pig in the floaty. I don't know why I said fish. I guess because I'm fishing. I don't think Mario agrees. Is Mario your wife? I was crazy once? Oh yeah? Oh yeah, tell me about that. My bait. Yippee! Oh. Man. She probably thinks World War III is going on outside on the farm. Well, surely she's done some suspicious experiments before. Surely she understands. Oh man. I thought I could catch a fish. I caught 2 driftwood. And now I'm low-key gonna pass out. C'est la vie. It's a bit hard to talk about. They put me in a room, which was made of rubber. Wow. Can't believe they did that to you. No! Man, I think you should be allowed to fall asleep on the floor of your own house. I think if you paid for your house, you can sleep anywhere. And it shouldn't even be that big of a deal. Man. It's cooked. It's cooked and I didn't even make any money today. Uh, that's okay. We'll make so much money next time. Hopefully I don't think she understands why I named my farm what I did. Oh dear. You're a little grumbling, aren't ya? True. Ugh, thank you. Thanks for agreeing with me. Pretty real, huh? It's so hungry in here. That's Yo, I was just thinking the same thing. It's so hungry in here. Yo, why are there so many people here? Are you guys leftover raiders or what? Are you just like really like Stardew Valley? This is awesome. Thank you all for hanging out. This is so nice. Thank you all. Thank you all. Um, I'll be live again on tomorrow. I don't even remember what I'm playing tomorrow. Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Don't go anywhere. I'm checking. I'm checking. Oh, I won't be live again tomorrow. Cancel that. Reverse it. Put it in reverse. Beep, beep, beep. I'll be live again on Wednesday. Yippee! Yippee! I'm gonna try to maybe finish Your Turn to Die on Wednesday, but that game is low-key getting really hard. So we'll see how far I get. I might crash out and play daily games instead, but you never know. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Make sure to vote. There's only a few hours left to vote in my contest if you'd like to vote in that. And yeah, I'll see you all later. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, let's find someone awesome to raid. Bow, bow. That's gonna take 2 more streams. Listen, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful and delusional. I don't know what you want from me. Bow, bow, bow. Um, um, to raid. Let's say this fella. They're playing Genshin Impact, and I think that's kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome. Sorry, sorry for going nonverbal while I look for a raid. Here's a raid message, and here's a sub raid message if you're subbed. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Lovely to meet you all. Goodbye, Randomini. It was lovely to meet you too. Goodbye, 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 everyone. Make sure you drink plenty of water today and get plenty of protein and plenty of sleep. And I'll see you later. Goodbye.